Good morning. It is March 24th, 2026. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting for those in the gallery and for those watching at home live or later on YouTube. I would like to call the meeting to order and proceed to our item number 2. Additions to the agenda. Are there any additions to today's agenda? Having seen none, we'll move to item 3, the approval of the agenda for March 24th, 2026, Committee of the Whole agenda. Councillor Melnick? Any discussions or deletions, additions? Seeing none, we will approve the agenda for 2. Oh, pardon me. I will call a vote. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Allen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 4, March 10th, 2026, Committee of the Whole meeting minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Having seen none, we will call for a vote to accept the minutes as written. All in favor? Carried. Item 4.1, business arising from the minutes. Seeing none, move to item 5. Delegations. Any delegations who wish to speak to the committee this morning? Seeing none in the gallery with their hands up, we will carry on to item 7. New business. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Pardon me. Item 6, correspondence. Any correspondence from administration? No. Council? None. Thank you. Now, indeed, item 7. New business, item 7.1, 2025 tax recovery auction. I believe CEO Given will speak to that.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I'll just introduce the topic and then I'll hand it over to our CFO, Director Malinchuk. So this is a start of a process or continuation of a highly legislated process with requirements under the Alberta Municipal Government Act. And so what we're here for today is administration is recommending that council essentially set the date, time, and location for a potential public auction of properties that are subject to the tax recovery notification, and that we're asking council to direct administration to bring forward a list of those properties that would be on that potential public auction to the April 7th meeting. I'll hand it over to Director Malinchuk to cover the rest of the outline of the report.
Thank you, CEO Given. Director Malinchuk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good morning. So the purpose of this report is to obtain committee's recommendation for council to proceed with the next stage of tax recovery process under the Municipal Government Act by authorizing a public auction for properties on the 2025 tax recovery notification list. And to be clear, that tax recovery list would have been registered March 31st of 2025. Municipalities are required to follow the tax recovery process when property taxes remain unpaid for an extended period. On March 31st, 2025, administration submitted the tax arrears list to land titles for properties with taxes outstanding for more than 1 year. Land titles subsequently placed a tax recovery notification on titles of those properties, which restrict changes to the property and signals that it may proceed to tax recovery if arrears remain unpaid. The properties on the 2025 tax recovery notification list remain in arrears and will now be eligible to proceed to the public auction stage of the process should they not pay by March 31st of 2026. So they've all received notification. They received notification in December of 2025 that they had until March 31st of 2026 to pay those amounts. Administration is recommending that committee recommend council authorize a tax recovery auction to be held June 11th, 2026 at 2 p.m. here in council chambers. Reserve bids must be set as close as reasonably possible to market value, and administration proposes using the 2026 assessed values for those bids. A final list of properties and the reserve bids will be brought forward to council for approval at the April 7th, 2026 meeting. All that being said, property owners still have the opportunity to pay the outstanding taxes at any time before that auction begins, at which point the property would be removed from the sale. If a property sells at auction, proceeds are used to recover the outstanding taxes and associated costs. And if it does not sell, the municipality may take title through tax forfeiture. In conclusion, today administration is recommending committee support the recommendation and forward it to council for approval at the April 7th meeting. And I'm available, and as well as CAO Given, should there be any more questions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Malinchuk. Do we have any questions from councillors regarding Councillor Roger?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I just want to say that I'm going to, out of caution, abstain from any votes in this matter. One of my kids has a mortgage on one of the properties I'm aware of, a small one, and it's just better that I don't vote.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. Mayor Ireland.
Just speaking on a point of order, if a councillor declares a conflict, which I understand Councillor Roger is doing, it's not just abstaining from the vote. The councillor must remove themselves from the table and the discussion. So just that's the process under the Municipal Government Act. So I appreciate the declaration of the conflict of interest. And that is the process that must be followed.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, for the clarity on that point. Do we have any other questions on the topic for, oh, sorry, Councillor Waxer?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. Through you to either Director Malinchuk or CAO Given. Could you describe what a reserve bid is, please?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Waxer, yes, the reserve bid is generally set at the assessed value. So again, it's the closest to market value that property would be worth. And I don't know if I have any further clarifications. I think CAO Given does.
The only other thing that I would add is that the reserve bid is the minimum bid that must be received for the municipality to sell the property at auction. If something wasn't received at or above the minimum bid, then the municipality would not sell the property at auction. The municipality would have the right to sell the property using some other means. The reserve bid sets the floor, the pricing floor where the auction would start.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to either Director Malinchuk or CAO Given. This is a very complex matter, and in my history, I think we've never gone here before. So it is new, I think, for all of us. I'm having a bit of trouble following the process, and it's not a council process in any event. I can leave it to administration, but I am curious about the amount of the recovery if this proceeds to the auction. So a year ago, administratively, so before March 1st of last year, administration would have filed a notice with the registrar of land titles about properties that were in arrears. And that would have been for taxes that were a year in arrears as of December 31st, 2024. And then by August 1st of last year, the registrar was required to notify those properties that this event would be triggered this year. And by March 31st of this year, council could be requested to move forward with the auction. But we are still then dealing with amounts that were at least a year in arrears as of December 31st, 2024. Assuming that there might, in respect to the properties that will be covered, and we'll know that later, but assuming that there might be additional arrears, are we able to capture those additional arrears in a sale? Because our number is based on stuff that is now a year and a quarter old. It was outstanding as December 31st, 2024. It's not clear to me reading the guide whether if we move to auction and get a bid that's above the reserve bid, we can recover the more current taxes. I'm not sure whether you've looked at that, but it just seems to be a gap in the legislation that requires so much time to give property owners a chance to redeem, but it leaves us a long ways behind on where we could actually be currently.
CEO Given.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Frechette for Mayor Ireland. So, Mayor Ireland, March 31st is an important date. If properties that are in this condition pay the amounts that they had outstanding for prior years by March 31st, then they would not be over the more than 1 year in arrears condition. After March 31st, then they would be required to pay the full amount of any arrears and penalties. So that March 31st is an important deadline. That's why administration doesn't have a list that we're presenting to council today, because there is still the potential that a property in this condition might come forward and pay those most outstanding arrears to bring themselves closer to current. After March 31st, the total amount of arrears, essentially to bring in a tax account to zero, is required.
Any other questions for CEO Given or Director Malinchuk on this discussion, this item? Us having seen none, would we like to make, someone like to make a motion on the tax recovery auction? Councillor Waxer.
That committee recommend council approve that properties subject to the 2025 tax recovery notification list be offered for sale by way of public auction, and that the auction be held in the council chambers of the municipality on Thursday, June 11th, 2026 at 2 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, in accordance with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, and that reserve bids for properties be set at their 2026 assessed values.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Any discussion, debate on the motion? Having seen none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Waxer.
And there's one more line that committee direct administration to bring forward a list of properties to be offered for sale at public auction, along with reserve bids to the regular council meeting of April 7th, 2026.
Okay, very good. I thought that was the second one, but it does make sense. Okay, well, we've called the question. If there's no discussion with the added line, we'll take the vote as counted. No. Okay, so another vote. Sorry. Okay. All in favor of the motion? Against? Carried.
Just before we proceed, Deputy Mayor Frechette, we can ensure that we call back Councillor Roger since this agenda item has been completed.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. Back in the quorum room. We'll proceed on to item 7.2, Jasper Skatepark final financing. Director Malinchak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. The purpose of this report is to seek council direction on how to address the remaining project balance of $42,476.66 related to the skateboard project. To give some background on this, in 2022, Council approved the Skateboard Park project with $627,500 in grant funding up to $300,000 in municipal contributions. In March of 2024, the Skateboard Committee requested interim financial support due to a project shortfall of about $140,000. Council approved in principle interim financing of up to $150,000 with loan details to be considered after construction was complete. Construction was delayed by the Jasper complex wildfire in 2024. The project resumed in 2025, and the skate park opened in September of 2025. Final project costs have now been reconciled, and the project ultimately came in under budget, but still leaving an outstanding amount of $42,476.66. Administration is recommending that Council use the annual general capital reserve to offset the remaining balance. The reason that administration is suggesting this, using reserves provides a simple and immediate resolution without creating additional debt or administrative burden. The alternative options do include debt financing or requiring the skate park committee to repay the balance over time, potentially with interest if council should wish. Administration's recommendation recognizes the community benefit of the skate park, which is a municipal asset supporting recreation, youth engagement, and community well-being. While the committee originally intended to contribute to the project, the municipality ultimately owns and maintains the facility from here on in. In conclusion, using reserves allows the project to be financially closed in a responsible and efficient manner while acknowledging the broader community value of the completed skate park. Therefore, administration recommends that committee support the use of up to $42,476.66 from the annual general capital reserve to offset the outstanding amount related to the skateboard project. And the reason I say up to is because in conversations with the committee, they were able to actually secure more financing over the year, and they've related that it's about $14,000. They didn't give me an exact number yet, but it's about $14,000. So that number actually will come down, and that information I received on Friday afternoon. So should have the final number for the April 7th meeting. And a lot of work put in by the committee over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Malinchak. Do we have any debate regarding Ms. Malinchak's presentation? Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to Ms. Malinchak. Just so I understand, you're $73,000 under budget. So there was a saving of $73,000 somewhere?
Yes, correct.
And where was the saving?
In the contract alone, it just came in under budget.
No, but I mean, the money, the financing of it, did we save 73,000? We didn't borrow 73,000?
Correct. So what this money is in relation to is the amount that council had spoken about it, doing an interim financing up to $150,000. So that takes away from that amount that council had suggested that we might have to use, but committee did not have to use.
Okay, so we borrowed 150 minus 73.
CEO Given?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Deputy Mayor Fischette, thanks very much. So the municipality originally borrowed, I believe, the 300,000. So the only money the municipality has spent to date on the skate park is the $300,000. It was approved by a couple councils ago, I believe. The overall cost of the project came in less than expected. So the actual total construction cost came in less than expected. And so the skate park committee needs to seek less from the municipality to close out the final construction. And so the previous council had given administration direction to essentially provide interim backing to give the skate park committee the confidence that they go ahead with construction. And council said, we're willing to back you up to $150,000. Because the construction project came in less by about 73,000, the municipality is no longer needs to provide that level of support to close out the final accounts for the project. And as Director Malinchuk's saying, the final amounts are up to 42,000, although late breaking news from the skate park committee is they've actually continued to do fundraising and it actually will be less than that amount. So municipal support of an additional 150,000, not required. Potentially additional municipal support of 42,000 is what's being recommended here. And Director Malinchuk is saying, as of Friday afternoon after the publication of the report, she heard from the skate park committee that maybe even less than that again.
So we didn't borrow the 150 at all then?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, CEO Given. Any other questions from councillors? Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fischette. Through you to CAO Given or Director Malinchuk. I was curious, since it came in under budget, was it because elements were not included, or was the project, did it go forward in its entirety, but savings were realized?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Waxer. I am unaware of any cuts in the project. I believe it just came in under budget.
I'd also just like to make note that it is very heartening every time you go past it. There is always people enjoying that facility and using it in a variety of ways, whether on bikes or skate parks. So I think it's truly a wonderful asset to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Any other comments, discussion on the item? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fischette, and through you to Director Malinchuk. I'm content certainly with the recommendation, and it's great. We had offered a backstop up to 150,000. Now the backstop is only 42,000, and it might be less. And so congratulations again to the skate park committee for additional fundraising and for cost savings. That's wonderful for taxpayers and for the community. I wonder whether, and I'm sorry to jump ahead in the agenda, but our next agenda item has an unexpected pool of cash, which, if the $14,000 additional fundraising is right, would be more than sufficient to cover this particular outlay. Did you give any thought as to whether that might be an approach rather than taking from the annual general capital reserve? And does it make a difference in the long run?
Deputy Mayor through to Mayor Ireland. Yes, it was considered. The donations are related to post-wildfire, and I believe that any of the donations were intended to assist with post-fire projects and what we were going to be faced with as a community going into the recovery. That is why they've been put separate into the stabilization reserve, or being recommended to go into the stabilization reserve, because then it might be able to assist even, say, with a project specifically post recovery, or even attributes specifically to some of the contribution that the municipality will have to put forward in relation to what is not covered through support from the province and the federal government as well. So that was kind of the logistics behind that approach, is that we would take it behind the asset reserve, just because also we were able to come under budget in some of the objects that we had done in 2025. So the amount that we're carrying forward into 2026 is actually less than what we had initially intended as well. So there's some money that would be actually going back to the reserve that we didn't use. So that's another reasoning behind administration's approach here.
Wonderful. Thank you for that explanation. The final question I have then is, in relation to the skate park, that value now gets added to our tangible capital asset list. And what is the value of that increase in our tangible capital assets?
Correct. Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor through to Mayor Ireland. The amount exactly would be the cost of the construction. So the just short of $995,000 that would go to the TCA list.
So for an investment of something over $300,000, we get $1 million asset in our tangible capital assets. Yep. Thank you.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Director Malinchak. Any other questions for Director Malinchak or CEO Given on the topic? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to Director Malinchak. Should additional fundraising occur beyond the final payment for the project total, would that fundraising go into the annual general capital reserve? Should a year from now there be another opportunity to receive additional funding if the committee continues to fundraise?
Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Melnick. It is an option that Council could consider if they would like to see future contribution and fundraising go towards the reserve. That is possible to replenish the reserve should they do that.
CEO Given.
Deputy Mayor Frechette, to Councillor Melnick's question, that's essentially option 2 in the alternatives. Does Council want to close out this account and this project and finalize it and say there is no further need for the committee to fundraise because the construction is completed, the project is complete, all the bills are paid? That's essentially the recommended motion. The alternative 2 would be to direct administration to revise the funding approach to set the amount remaining as the amount due from the skate park committee with interest or without interest, but basically saying we could require the skate park committee to pay back the municipality for any additional amounts required to close out the accounts. And what administration is recommending here is it's probably not worth the time and effort. Again, as Mayor Ireland highlighted, the municipality is getting $1 million asset for essentially between $342,000 or $314,000, whatever the number ends up being. administration is advising that in terms of keeping this on the books for a longer period, requiring the organization to continue to do fundraising over the course of the next year, fundraising efforts in the community are probably directed better towards other needs for projects that are underway or recovery related, rather than trying to hold out and recoup this final amount of money from the skate park committee by asking them to continue fundraising.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I don't think my question was requiring them to continue fundraising. My question was, should they choose to continue fundraising, how would we handle any additional funding? If it would be going towards the General Capital Reserve or to the Stabilization Fund? There is no expectation on my part that they continue if we're going to close out the account. But there may be additional funds that have been solicited by the committee that are in the process, and they may receive them. I'd just like to know if they do have additional funds coming, where they might end up.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Frechette for Councillor Malek. So subject to what Director Malinchuk might say, I believe that if committee makes this recommendation, makes the recommended motion, administration would come forward next week to council for final approval. At that time, we would have the confirmation of the final number. And if council passed that motion, the municipality would not be looking for any additional contribution, and the accounts would essentially be closed on this project, and we would not be looking to accept additional contributions.
Thank you, CEO Given. Any other questions for CEO Given or Director Malinchuk? Councillor Waxer.
If there are no further questions, I would be happy to make the motion.
Thank you.
That committee recommend council approve the use of the annual general capital reserve in the amount of up to $42,476.66 to offset the outstanding amount owing from the Skatepark committee.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Any further debate, discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 7.3, unsolicited donations post-wildfire. I believe, Director Malinchuk, that's in your ballpark. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. The purpose of this report is to establish a clear and consistent approach for managing unsolicited donations received by the municipality. Municipalities occasionally receive donations from individuals or organizations, often in response to community needs or emergency events. In this case, the municipality received $32,625.44 in unsolicited donations following the wildfire. These funds were provided without a formal agreement outlining how they should be used. Administration is recommending that these funds be transferred into the Financial Stabilization Reserve. This ensures that the donations are tracked separately and preserved until council determines how they should be used. The recommendation also proposes any further unsolicited donations automatically be placed into the same reserve, and this creates a consistent and transparent framework for managing similar contributions going forward. Placing these funds in reserves supports financial transparency, accountability, and proper tracking. It also ensures that council retains authority over how and when the funds are allocated, rather than being absorbed into general revenues. Administration therefore recommends committee support the transfer of $32,625.44 into the Financial Stabilization Reserve, and authorizes the same approach for any future unsolicited donations that would pertain to the resultant of the wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Malinchuk. Would any of the councillors have any questions? Speak to Director Melanchuk regarding this topic? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to Director Melanchuk. In your recommendation verbally, you added a few words that are not in the recommendation. You added, in the second point, the council authorized the allocation of any future unsolicited funds as it relates to the wildfire, which is not in the recommendation. And I'd like clarification as to how we would handle unsolicited donations, wildfire related or not. And then that adding of that additional verbiage should only relate to this, because we're talking about, how we handle unsolicited donations. To my point on the previous topic, there may be unsolicited donations unrelated to the wildfire, which could end up in the final stabilization reserve.
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Melnick. Sorry, that just was a bit of a ramble on, so we can stick to the recommendation that is in the document itself, unless Council wishes to direct differently. My approach financially in the past has been, when we receive donations, it goes into a holding account that recognizes it as an unsolicited donation. Because we were receiving multiple over that period of time, that's why it came forward as part of the wildfire unsolicited donations that we received. Any other donations that may be received going forward would also be recognized as a donation and would be brought to council for decision. These were specifically, yes, due to the wildfire, and were post-wildfire within, I would say within, I want to say 6 months that we received all of those funds. But I would say that the recommendation could stay as is. It was just me rambling a bit. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Frechette, through you to Director Melanchuk, thank you very much for the clarification. I don't have any other questions.
Councillor Consford.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. And it's through you to actually council. I'm going to use this opportunity. I've chewed on it for a while, for a couple months now. And today I figured this is my window. And whether I make a motion on it today or if that's what I'm supposed to do, somebody's going to have to prompt me or help me out. But that $32,625, I feel that it should be used to buy dishware for the arena, the community dinner. I've been thinking about this for a couple months. I met with CEO Givens to ask him how I go about getting this. And to give you the background of this, I was washing dishes for the community at dinner, which I totally think it's a great event. And trying to find 3 dishes that stack up together is just about impossible. And that are the same. So the next morning, I had the pleasure of hanging out with Glenda, and I was asking her about the kitchen, and it's kind of her kitchen. It's our kitchen that she uses to benefit the community. And talking to her, how does the events leave the kitchen for her, and how's this and that? And without prompting her, she said the one thing she could use is new dishes, 400 sets, for these events. And I figure I didn't want to bring it up and ask council, okay, we need a bunch of money to buy dishes, because everybody has what they feel is necessary, and we could keep spending forever. When I saw this money today, I just thought, why not use this extra money that was donated to get something for Glenda? Glenda's very near and dear to me because she gives tirelessly to the community, and she like doesn't, you know, she appreciates the thank you and this and that, but she doesn't ask for much. And after she asked about the dishes, I quizzed her on anything else that she may need, or like that possibly we could do that. I don't know what we can do and how we can do it anyways. That's the whole process of me learning. But I think that with this money is now a good time for me to ask council to think about it, especially going in to us, the municipality hosting our community dinner coming up here, that you can kind of keep an eye on what I'm talking about. So there's less explanation. And yeah, I just thought I'd say my piece. And like I say, maybe somebody could prompt me to as where to go from here, if I should make a motion that we earmark that money or what the process is. But I wanted to explain that I think that it would be important for the community. Glenda, it's the only thing she could come up with without asking. Like, that's all that she wants. And it would mean a lot to me to give, to not only have the municipality's stock up to par, but to give Glenda something that would make her life easier. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Consrud. Anybody in the council care to speak to the discussion? And I don't know what the process would be. Like Councillor Consrud, I don't know what would be the precise mechanism to enter this in, whether it be a motion or something that we can discuss further. I would be looking for some direction myself. Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. As Councillor Constance said, this week is the one that we're hosting, and I'm working there. I'm not sure how many people are, but perhaps we could delay this for a week, and this way we'd have hands-on, and we can see for ourselves exactly what the situation is, and either agree or don't agree with Councillor Constance.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. CEO Given.
Maybe I'll just, for council consideration, make a bit of a distinction between two different questions. The report raises a question about what to do with money that we have sitting in accounts that we've received over the last couple of years. Administration is recommending, rather than having them in, I think, holding accounts or whichever kind of account Director Malinchuk referenced, they should probably be allocated to the Financial Stabilization Reserve. So that's sort of question one. What do we do with this money that's come in over the last while? The second question, which Councillor Consrud raises, also completely legitimate, but separate, is what do you want to do with this money? And so administration would recommend that in any case, whatever council might choose to do with the money, the Financial Stabilization Reserve is the right place for it to sit. The Financial Stabilization Reserve is the most flexible of council reserves, is essentially there for council to allocate to any council priority. We do sometimes use it through the budgeting process or the capital process. It can be used for operational items or capital items, any of those things. So anything's on the table. The allocation of the funds into that account don't prevent any other choices that council might wish to make about how to use them. So I just want to make that distinction between the two different choices. There may be a subsequent motion if Councillor Consrud wanted to raise a specific idea. That certainly could happen today even. But there's that distinction between money has been received. What should we do with it? Administration is recommending, well, we should probably put it into this savings account that is kind of for this flexible purpose. What council chooses to do with those funds after that, totally up to you.
Thank you, CEO Given. Any other questions? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. And I'm intrigued by Councillor Conscrid's suggestion about plates, but and we could find money if that's a need. We should be able to find money. I don't know whether $32,000 buys a set of plates. I don't know anything about pricing in that category, and we could investigate. But I wonder about putting the funds in the financial stabilization reserve at all. I mean, I can't put myself in the shoes of those who donated funds, but it indicates that it was all post-wildfire. So I assume that people saw the news and felt compassion for people of Jasper and just gave some money with no strings attached. I would be inclined to think that they were probably thinking of helping individuals, and probably the most vulnerable individuals, rather than helping the institution, the organization, the municipality itself. So I would be inclined to have us funnel those donations perhaps to the Jasper Community Team Society, which is engaged directly in assisting people recover from the wildfire, and in particular, the most vulnerable. So the financial stabilization reserve allows us some flexibility so we can cushion the blow to taxpayers, but it doesn't necessarily provide a benefit directly to the marginalized and most vulnerable in our community. It's not a huge amount of money, but there is an entity in the community which deals specifically with addressing the needs of the most vulnerable. And I might be inclined to direct the funds go there rather than into the financial stabilization reserve. We can still look at whether we want to buy dishes for the multi-purpose hall and what that might cost. But I'm not sure that the financial stabilization reserve is in my mind what was ever intended by anybody that donated funds to Jasper in the wake of the wildfire. And I just will comment, it's odd that a week ago when we were looking at the parking authority, I joked that the bylaw in fact prevented receiving philanthropic donations, and here we are with philanthropic donations coming to the municipality. But I'm not convinced that they were intended for the municipality really as an organization, that they were probably intended to help people respond to all of the losses suffered through the wildfire.
Councillor Consford.
I agree with what you said 100%, like getting it closer to where the money's needed. I'm not, unfortunately, acquainted with that organization or that committee or whatever you called it. And I just like to add, I believe the municipality and council, we always like to help give everybody a leg up, the marginalized and the vulnerable. But I guess I'm asking, like, everybody needs help. Like, I think like someone like Glenda, who gives herself selflessly to the community and maybe doesn't take enough time for herself, and you know, she doesn't get out skiing because she can't say no, and we just come to expect it day after day, and she possibly even stops to remember what that's like. And I hang out with Glenda a lot, so I think this would be a huge thank you to her. So however we can do it, once we take a look and see that it's, you know, a need of ours, and a need of the communities. Like, it's not for us, it's not for Glenda. I believe it is for the community. And if that's like showing Glenda that we're behind her, you know, that's great. And it's yeah, I think I got my point across, so I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Consrude. Any other discussion? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. And just to comment on the suggestion of upgrades to the activity center catering services, let's call it that. I understand completely what you're saying about the dishes mismatch and so on. We also use the facility and we rent it out and we charge people for the use of that. So not only to make it easier for Glenda, I think we'd have a much more appealing product if we had consistency in our presentation to weddings and events and so on. So I don't disagree with the intent. I don't know if I would earmark this money for that specific purpose. I think we should probably have a good look at what's really needed to upgrade the overall standards of what we're doing at the activity center. I tend to agree more with Mayor Ireland about the unsolicited funds being donated to the Jasper community for the benefit of the individuals most affected by the fire. And while the community dinner does contribute and our efforts at the activity center with different programs, I tend to agree with Mayor Ireland that this money may be better distributed throughout the community to those who demonstrate a need and to help continue what we're doing to try to assist people who have suffered losses after the fire.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any other discussion regarding the topic? Having seen, and I would just add my thoughts on the discussion, and I'm grateful for Councillor Consrude's great sense of compassion and heart for Glenda and for the community in general. It's really marvelous. I think that we could probably make an argument either way, I suppose. There's no question that Glenda's services are huge support for our community. I mean, if you go to the soup hour, lunch hour at the activity center, I think you're seeing the people who need support in a very, very basic manner. I guess we could go down different alleys as to which way we think the money should be spent, but I would not rule this out. And maybe as to Councillor Melnick's suggestion, we look at the overall operation there. But there's no question that I think everyone on this committee thinks the world of Glenda, and if we can make her operation better through something as basic as dishware, I would certainly hope that we could accommodate that. At any rate, I wonder if we can just proceed with the motion as it's written for today, and we can proceed with the further discussion regarding this specific ask once we have a better grasp of what it is we should do in terms of process. I don't know, Councillor Consrude, if you would be happy with that. And again, I thank you, and I think it's terrific the support you give Glenda every day that you're over there with her. So if there's no other discussion, would anyone care to make the motion as it's written? Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. Before we make the motion, I'm just wondering if it's appropriate we even make a motion today on this, if we're going to be thinking about this further.
CEO Given, do you have any thoughts, any recommendations on this process?
So thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Frechette. So the Financial Stabilization Reserve is a savings account for the municipality. Dr. Malinchuk, what was the other name of the holding accounts? Is that what you said?
Just there's a donation holding account. Yeah, unsolicited donations.
So there's a holding account that is in no particular reserve, not particularly bearing interest, not doing anything. And administration is saying, rather than leaving it just sitting in these general accounts, these things that have come in should be put somewhere. That's the recommendation. What council chooses to do with them after that fact is completely up to you. You could come back at the regular council meeting next week and choose to make a donation of these funds to some external organization. You could come back to council in 6 months and decide to buy more dishware. You could come back at budget time and choose to allocate this to a staff position. You could come back in 3 months and decide to allocate this to a capital project. All of those are possible. I'm just saying that those are likely subsequent to a choice about, should we put this in a savings account? That's the recommendation. So I think my advice would be that council can act on this recommendation and absolutely have any kind of discussion you feel you need to do over whatever course of time you need to do it to decide what to do with the funds long term. So one is, where should we store them? And the other discussion that has been at the table is, what should we allocate them to? Administration is not making a recommendation about how to allocate these funds, what to spend them on. We're saying they should be put into this account.
Okay, thank you. I'll make the motion.
Councillor Roger.
That committee recommend council approve the transfer of $32,625.44 in unsolicited donations received post-wildfire into the Financial Stabilization Reserve, and that council authorize the allocation of any future unsolicited donations to the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I would just ask for division of that two-part motion so that when you conduct the vote, you do it separately. I think that the second question is quite independent. What we do with future unsolicited donations is not tied to the first question, and I might have different opinions about how I would vote in each of those cases. And so I can speak to the second one when the vote is called on that one, but I'm asking for division.
Okay, fair enough. If you're happy to make the motion again, Councillor Roger, and just eliminate the second part, or okay, all the questions are all right. So I will call any further debate other than Mayor Ireland. Councillor Consrud.
I'd just like to summarize what I said, and it's kind of for my own clarity. It's like I say, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I didn't want to dig into the coffers pockets to ask for money, because there's a lot of things that we do need. It is near and dear to me, and it's not just the thank you to Glenda, but it's kind of symbolic in thanking her for taking care of the community. And I believe that the community dinner is an extraordinary event, as I think we all agree with. So it's something that the marginalized and the vulnerable get to appreciate, and everybody gets to appreciate it, but there's money that's not allocated right now. And I'm going to vote yes to the motion that Lori moved, but I'd also like to keep this money up front and on the front of our minds as we revisit this in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Consrude. Any other discussion before we take our votes? Mayor Ireland.
Just for the record, I will vote not in favor of the resolution. And again, I fully appreciate that putting the funds into a saving account, the financial stabilization reserve, gives council and the municipality huge flexibility. But I think it overlooks the intent of the donations, and we can't exactly know what the intent of any donor was. But I am hard pressed to imagine that anybody that donated any part of that $32,000 was not thinking about the general welfare of the people recovering from the wildfire. And so I would rather not, by voting in favor of this part of the motion, we are exercising a degree of dominion over those funds, even though we can spend them as we want and we could still give them out to a charitable cause if we wanted. We are essentially saying, yeah, that's our money and we'll decide what happens with it. I'm not sure that donors were actually thinking that. They were thinking that they were just going to try and help the people of Jasper.
Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. The way I look at it is that we do have control over the money, obviously, and we're free to donate it to whoever we want. We're simply putting it into a place where it's going to be earning interest. So if we leave it where it is and it sits there for 6 months or a year, we're not doing ourselves or the people that donated any favors, because we're losing interest on it. We're not saying that it's our money. We're saying that we're the ones that get to decide where it gets spent. And I think it's paramount that we're going to spend that on a charitable source or destination. It's not. We're certainly not saying that it's our money and we're going to use it for ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. Any other debate, discussion? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. And again, I'll emphasize that in the spirit of what Mayor Ireland discussed, is that these unsolicited donations, the intent was to help individuals. And while we can put it into the stabilization reserve, we could also come back with a recommendation as to transferring this to a more appropriate, or sorry, I won't say more appropriate, an appropriate organization who could distribute these funds to those who need it the most. So with that in mind, I agree with Mayor Ireland. I probably will not support the recommendation that this goes to the Financial Stabilization Reserve. It can sit there until we, in another account, until we decide where it could go. So I believe the spirit of the unsolicited donations by individuals was to help people in the community, as opposed to helping the municipality in general. I think there are very specific reasons why people donated.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any other discussion from council? Councillor Consrude.
Yes, I'm leaning towards Richard's and Ralph's idea as well, although I am uncertain of where this is leading us, but I'm sure they'll pave the way to let us put the money somewhere that we can decide what we want to do with it.
Thank you, Councillor Consrude. Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. Is there any reason, I've addressed this to Mr. Given, that the money can't be put in an interest-bearing account and not in the unsolicited donations or the financial stabilization reserve? Or is it just too complicated?
CO Given?
Deputy Mayor Frechette, for Councillor Roger, I wouldn't put too much on the interest bearing. I mean, the different amounts of interest between the different municipal accounts is probably negligible. So if I implied or put too much weight on that, I apologize. We have unsolicited donations that have, people have dropped envelopes on the front door and administration has collected them. And we're saying to council, what should we do with these? And the first step is we should put them into a centralized source that can be allocated however council wishes. If council wanted to make a direct allocation of those funds today, that's totally within your right. So I want to be cautious about entering debate. If I implied or made it seem as though there was a much greater return from putting in the financial stabilization, I apologize. I probably overstated that if it came across that was the major thing. In essence, these have built up over the last couple of years. Administrations come into council and say, what do you want us to do with this stuff? Our advice is to put it into this centralized, flexible savings account, and then you can take some time to decide what your priorities are. Or if council has a clear idea today at the table of what your priorities are, absolutely feel free to allocate this how you see fit. I think that's the question that's in front of council. Do you have a clear idea among all of you about what your priorities are?
But we could just let it sit. The interest is not a factor, you're saying, so if we let it sit, it can just sit. We don't have to do anything then.
So I would suggest, so that is true. The amounts can still sit in holding accounts. There's no harm in that. Council, I would suggest that since we have a report that's come to the table, council should say you should take some action to close out this RFD, which could be that council refer the matter of the use of unsolicited donations. You can refer it to wherever you want. You could refer it to a future committee meeting for additional discussion. You could refer it to the 2026 budget discussions. You could refer it till Thursday afternoon at 3 p.m. I'm being a bit facetious, obviously, but just to illustrate the point that really it's up to council. You probably should just have a bit of a report showed up in front of us. So what happened? So rather than do nothing, it would be to receive the report for information and refer the matter to somewhere for additional discussion.
If interest is not a factor, I'll withdraw the motion, the two motions.
So are we saying we don't want to fulfill this motion as written in two parts? Would that not facilitate exactly what will probably happen at some juncture anyway? Is it not prudent that we just do the business as is written? We're not closing off, in my understanding, we're not closing off what's going to be done with this money. We're not making a decision. My understanding is we're just parking the funds in a place that will allow us access to it if and when we choose to use it for whether it's Councillor Consrud's proposal or any proposal. Is there any, unless I'm missing something, is there any reason why we cannot vote on this motion in two pieces as it's written today? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. It's a bit of a challenging point we're at. Councillor Roger indicated that he was prepared to withdraw the motion. That can certainly happen in the absence of objection. So the first thing I think that the chair has to do is just confirm whether there is any objection to Councillor Roger withdrawing his motion. And if there is none, then there's no motion on the table, and I'm prepared to make another couple of motions.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. If there's no debate or confusion on the suggestion, can I call the question? All in favor of of Councillor Roger taking back his original motion.
Deputy Mayor Frechette, just for clarity on the purpose, under our procedure bylaw, a mover of a motion may choose to withdraw their motion, and there is no debate of council. The mover can say, nope, I changed my mind. I don't want to put that on the table. And I think I heard Councillor Rogers say that much more eloquently. But so the person who puts the motion out has the ability to withdraw it. And I've heard Councillor Rogers say that. So now what we're looking for is any motions on this topic. Basically, it's a clean slate. There have been no motions made because the one that was there has been withdrawn. And I think I heard Mayor Ireland say that he has some motions that he might make. So there's no vote required. The mover just can withdraw that motion and take it back, essentially.
Thank you for the clarity, CEO Given. Okay. I will call on Mayor Ireland to present new motions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. So I am comfortable at least with moving forward with this matter today. If council wants to wait, we will see in the vote. But my initial motion will be that committee recommend council approve the transfer of $32,625.44 in unsolicited donations received post-wildfire to the Jasper Community Team Society. And so speaking to the motion, I just repeat in brief what I said before. I think that is more in alignment with what I perceive to be the intent of donors. And it's not so much our priorities, it's the priorities of the Jasper Community Team Society that will determine the ultimate use of those funds. But I think it honors what was probably in the minds of donors when they made those donations.
Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. The only problem I see with that is that it takes it out of our control. So if they eventually use the money for something that we don't think is appropriate, whatever that might be, we have no say over it. And certainly, I would think it'd be better to put the money into a place where we know what the final destination is going to be. So if they come to us and say, we think this is where we want to use the money, and we agree with it, then we can give it to them. But to give it to them without any strings attached takes away our control over things.
Councillor Waxer.
I think that potential could be resolved by amending Mayor Ireland's motion to donate to the Jasper Community Team Society's Caring Community Fund, which is is designated only to serve the vulnerable.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Any further debate on the motion as presented? Having seen none, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Constridge.
On a lighter note, people may ask, what are we going to do with the old plates? I think maybe if we're having Greek cuisine, it's only appropriate to hand out safety glasses and dance and smash the plate for another time. Thank you.
I don't dislike that idea. Councillor Waxer.
I have another motion, and that is that committee direct administration to return to a future committee meeting with a recommendation regarding the dishware in the multipurpose hall.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Any discussion? Debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I have one additional motion as well. That committee refer the issue of the allocation of any future unsolicited donations to a future committee of the whole discussion. Not particularly precise motion, perhaps, but I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that we should have probably at a policy level some sense of where unsolicited donations might go. And I hesitate to say that they would necessarily go to the Financial Stabilization Reserve. Again, it might depend on the reason for donations, if there's another calamity or there is a particular issue in town. But it is something that is unique to council. It's a policy decision that would save the trouble for administration trying to figure out what to do with money that comes in an envelope on the table. Kind of a dangerous thing to contemplate, but good-hearted people might still donate. So I think we should look at it as a policy matter. So just refer it back to ourselves at a future committee meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Is this something you want to present as a motion, or just that was your motion? Okay, Emma, you're good with that? Okay. Sorry. Mayor.
I saw a shake of the head from, you've got the motion? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Mayor Island's motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yes, you read my mind. I think this would be a good time for a break. It is, I'm assuming this clock is right now. How about 7 minutes to the hour? Thank you. Welcome back. We'll move on to item 7.4, transit fleet procurement. CO given.
Yes, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I'm here with what is essentially a budget amendment recommendation. The recommendation in the report is that Council amend the approved capital budget to remove the item transit fleet zero emission bus purchase 3 in the total amount of $2,250,000, and to add an item transit bus purchase 4 in the total amount of $2,250,000. So I won't go through all of the history around the transit system, but in July of 2024, just prior to the wildfire, administration issued a request for proposals based on the approved capital budget for the acquisition of 3 battery electric buses. At that time, and through the course of the wildfire, only one submission was received, and administration came forward to council to recommend canceling that procurement. We undertook additional activity to examine the market, which has changed substantially since the municipality submitted its grant application in 2002, 2003. Council approved canceling that RFP for electric buses, and since that time, administration has requested an extension to the timeline for which we have available to use the grant. We received an extension of that timeline, so the closing of our grant program for capital related to transit is March 31st, 2027. So that was positive news. And subsequent to that, we entered into conversations with the federal government and the funding agency to see whether the municipality could essentially reprofile our proposal from electric buses to consider the possibility of conventional fuel vehicles as well. As you see in the report, in March, so earlier this month, the municipality did receive that approval to change the project scope while maintaining the full eligibility of the $5 million that was approved. So we made a request to expand the scope of what types of fleet we could look at. The federal government has approved that, and now administration is saying we can amend the capital budget to remove, to essentially broaden the scope away from just the zero emission battery electric buses to transit buses more generally. I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have. If this motion, if committee saw fit to recommend this motion forward to council and council approved it, administration would issue a request for proposals. And it maybe is worthwhile speaking a little bit about what a request for proposals process is like. The municipality has flexibility within an RFP to choose any service provider, to negotiate with a provider to purchase less than we request, than what we put forward. So administration would move forward with that procurement because we do have some timelines to meet, and our market checks indicate that this type of fleet is still pretty long lead item. And so we want to make sure that we're not at any risk of missing that March 31st, 2027 deadline. And council can be comfortable that issuing a request for proposals does not mean purchasing the submission that comes in, as evidenced by the previous request for proposals where administration said, nope, let's just cancel the whole thing. We would have ultimate flexibility over what the municipality chose to do based on the evaluation of what comes in from that request for proposals. Deputy Mayor Frechette, I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, we're essentially looking for amendments to the budget to remove the zero emission buses and to replace that with transit buses at a more broad level.
Thank you, Director Given. Questions for, CEO Given, Councillor Roger.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to Mr. Given. The amount that we're talking about here, is that how much we've got left to spend, or is that determined by the number of buses we're thinking of? What I'm getting at is that I'm not sure that we're at the point yet where we know what we're going to buy. That's I think correct, isn't it?
Deputy Mayor Frechette for Councillor Roger, that's exactly right. We don't yet know what we're going to buy. In our grant application, we had an amount that you get to fill in the boxes of what are you applying for money for, and what's your estimate of what you think that will cost. In 2022, 2023, when we made this capital grant, we said, well, we think we need about $2,250,000 to purchase 3 electric buses, because at the time, that's what our market sort of checks indicated they were worth. So it's the amount that's still available for purchase of fleet. And administration is saying that we should give ourselves the option to consider different types of vehicles now that we've received approval from the feds to have that expanded scope. So this money is still available in the grant program. It is not expended. The municipality has not decided on what type of fleet, and making a decision about what type of unit and how many units would be what would happen through the RFP process.
So the difference between the 5 million and the 2,200,000, is that money? Part of it's been spent, I understand, on the garage, and there's money to be spent on bicycles, electric bicycles and things. So all the rest of the money is not available for buses. This amount is available for buses only.
Essentially, that's correct. Deputy Mayor Frechette for Councillor Roger. Essentially, that's correct. There are other projects that we'd proposed in the overall grant program. There's some flexibility to shift within the total program. So if another item was transit bus stop improvements. So if we, I think we put forward 30,000 a year or 60,000 a year over a couple of years for transit stop improvements. If we decided, oh, well, actually, that's only going to be 45 and we're going to spend a little bit more over here, as long as it's within the scope of the 5 million. So the constraint from the federal government is $5 million. Don't spend more than that. Within that, we have some limited flexibility to shift across priorities if needed.
If I could, just one last question. Once we buy the buses, whatever buses there are, and let's say the system doesn't work very well and we decide it's costing too much, mechanics, drivers, everything else, we own the buses. Can we just dispose of them and keep the money, or how does that work?
Deputy Mayor Frechette for Councillor Roger, there may be some requirement under the federal grant for the length of time the municipality would need to maintain the asset or to own the asset. So we could certainly look for more information on that. we probably would also have to pay back the amount of the transit fleet facility. So if the municipality is choosing after some period of time to discontinue a service, there may be some limitations on how long we need to maintain a service, in the federal grantor's eyes. So I hadn't considered that potential. And so I can't give an answer about what that term might be at the table. I could certainly follow up and come back to council.
I would think before we get in there for the 2 million, we would want to have an answer to that, wouldn't we? Just in case. I mean, if it turns out after 1 year we're saying this doesn't work and they want us to give all the money back and the buses are only worth much less, then that wouldn't be a good position to be in. So I think I would like to know that information.
Any other questions for CEO Given? Okay, having seen none, pardon me, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rochette. Through you to CAO Given. In the background material, you've indicated that there's been an extension to March 31st, 2027 as the date that all grant-funded project activities must be completed. What does completed mean in that context? Does that mean delivery of the buses? And I appreciate that there's a process still to follow, but you did allude to the fact that you're not going to buy these necessarily off the lot. There might be some lead time. And so do we need to have delivery of buses by March 31st or just a signed contract, or do you know?
Mayor Ireland, under the grant program, my understanding is that this is for the completion of all grant-funded activities. From an administrative perspective, bureaucratic, if we had the buses on order and we'd paid for them and we received the invoice, but they weren't in Jasper yet, we're probably fine. But, if you're asking for the very specifics of that, we could look up the contract and the grant agreement and find out exactly what that is. But administration is confident that there would be some flexibility, and the grant agreement says grant-funded activities need to be complete by that date.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Director Given? Okay, haven't seen none. I'm assuming we're going to call anybody care to make the motion on all three of the points? Our Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I'm prepared to make the motion that committee recommend to council to amend the approved capital budget to remove the item transit fleet zero emission bus purchase in brackets 3 in the total amount of $2,250,000. Amend the approved capital budget to add the item transit bus procurement 4 in brackets in the total amount of $2,250,000, and direct administration to proceed with transit fleet procurement.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any discussion, debate? Councillor Roger.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to, I guess, the council. I was just wondering about the fact that we're specifying 4 buses. Is that something that we have to do? Does it take away our flexibility? We may find that we only want to buy 3. Does that cause a problem? Does the 4 need to be there at all?
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, through you to Councillor Roger. I think when we say bus procurement or the transit bus purchase, in the request for the decision to purchase buses, we'll probably find out what we may need to buy. Doesn't mean we have to buy 4 the same. we may be buying 3 and then a smaller one to be able to facilitate what our transit situation might look like. I think because of the timeliness of the grant, we need to move forward to investigate what's available. And then when it comes back to council, we can make the decision buying 3 or 4. It's still going to come back to council, I do believe, unless I'm mistaken. And I see that CAO given is giving the nod that yes, it has to come back to council. So I think we need to have administration go and see what's out there and come back to us with a recommendation as to what we should be purchasing. This gives the flexibility to go up to 4, I guess, is the way I would put it.
That's the question. I'm not sure what the 4 means. Does it have to be in there at all? Can we just say transit bus purchase? I mean, we might want to buy 5, we might want to want 2. What does the 4 signify, and do we need it at all?
CEO Given.
Deputy Mayor Frechette. So I think that was a question from Councillor Roger to council. Certainly if council wanted to, however you want to have the motion, the grant application, the amendment to the application that we put forward was in essence, conventional fuel vehicles are likely less expensive than electric buses. And so we want to make sure that we're not giving back money. And so we said what we proposed in the amendment to the grant application was that it would be for 4 units. That's why it's there. If we can get 6, we'll buy 6 with the same. So I think Councillor Rogers' point is if the capital item should be $2,250,000 for transit fleet, that is broad and gives administration, I suppose, ultimate flexibility. And so I wouldn't see that there would be any problem with that. We could still meet the intent of the grant and the amendment that we put forward. I don't see any problem with that.
Thank you, CEO Given. Yeah, that was sort of my understanding of it also, was just the disparity in costs between electric buses and conventional fuel buses, that you could get more bang for your buck if we bought the conventional buses. So would we like to make a friendly amendment to this proposal of the number 4 being removed from the, or do we want to present it as written?
I would be, if I may, Deputy Mayor Frechette, I'd be willing to hear a friendly amendment, but I haven't heard one yet.
That's right, you haven't. I'm going to call for someone willing to make a friendly amendment to the motion. Councillor Roger.
I would amend it to say, to add the item transit bus purchase in the total amount of $2,250,000, period.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. Any discussion, debate on the amendment thing? Thank you. Councillor Melnick.
Just to reconfirm, that sounded pretty friendly to me. I'm willing to lose the 4 in that and go ahead with the bus purchase.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers, a friendly guy. Any further discussion? Having seen none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving on to item 7.5, development planning budget. I see we have Director Sanders today. Thank you, Director Sanders.
Yes. Excuse me. Good morning, Deputy Mayor Frechette and Mayor Ireland and members of council. Just a quick note that my colleague Lucas Sherwin is participating today via Zoom from Calgary. So he'll be part of the presentation. So Mr. Sherwin will be looking after sharing the screen when we get to the presentation, and you'll also hear from him. So by way of quick background, on January 13th of this year, committee directed administration to bring forward a review of the 2026 to 30 urban design and standards budget, including projected revenue and expenditure assumptions, with a view to understanding the budget implications of assuming land use planning and development authority from Parks Canada. So Mr. Sherwin and I, who is our development planning manager, Mr. Sherwin and I will walk you through the 3 spreadsheets that were attached to the RFD. And then after a presentation, we'll, of course, entertain any questions that you may have. So the first spreadsheet is the actual numbers for the 2025 budget for the development planning area. The second is the 2026 budget projections for the development planning area. And the third is a budget scenario imagining a first full year of having the authority for land use with the municipality. And Mr. Sherwin will get into the details of that, but for now, please understand that we do not know yet when that first year will take place, and we've created a scenario to respond to your direction from January 13 that focuses on post-transfer land use authority work. And last, I will conclude with some thoughts about what we will be considering as we prepare and build the budget for 2027. So with slide 1, just a quick note on language here. In the budget that was in front of council last fall, the department name was Urban Design and Standards, but the sub area underneath that, the area we're talking about today, had the same name, and it was leading to confusion amongst administration for sure. And the sub area, to help with clarity, the sub area that I'm referring to today is called development planning. And for additional clarity, the manager of the development planning area is Lucas Sherwin. Lucas shifted from town planner to the manager, but I just want to reiterate that there was no change in salary, so there were no budget implications for that shift. Attachment 1 here is the 2025 budget numbers, the actual numbers. So I want to reinforce that the net tax support required was $14,261. And that came in as budgeted. On the revenue side of things, when the budget was prepared for 2025, in the fall of 2024, the date of transfer was unknown, and we made an assumption for permit revenue, and that was included in that earlier budget of $391,000. Of course, that permit revenue did not happen in 2025, and the absence of that permit revenue was offset by $419,866 rather in unbudgeted DRP grant revenue. So what that ended up meaning was the transfer from reserves was less than expected. The salary variance was offset by reduced expenses in contracted services. And for information, under contracted services in 2025, that included anticipated funds for any legal assistance that we needed, as well as project management support to prepare the offsite levies bylaw and to get ourselves prepared for permit process work. And the 2025 budget also included some graphic design and communication support. And in the fall of 2024, we did not know what would be DRP funded and what we would need to fund ourselves. And in the end, we used less than projected. And the bottom line is that for 2025, the expected net tax requirement was met. On to slide 2, the positions I want to focus or just draw your attention to how the department is organized, and the positions that we're talking about in these spreadsheets for 2025 and 2026 include the director, the development planning manager, 2 town planners, a development administrator, and a GIS specialist. And one of the nuances in the budget and when it comes to salaries and numbers is one of the town planning positions is budgeted for in the JRCC budget, not here. I'm going to shift gears now to the 2026 budget projection. So this is attachment 2 to your report. And this is the projected budget specifically for the development planning area within the Urban Design and Standards Department. And I'd like to highlight that there's no net change from the approved budget for 2026. There are no expected changes to expenses, and we have updated the projected revenues to reflect a decrease in permit revenue to show essentially that development permit revenue is not happening in 2026. And we also want to reflect an increase in conditional grants. And there are two sources of conditional grants here. One is DRP grant funding that offsets expenditures for 3 positions. And recall that the 4th is being funded through the JRCC budget. And also for half funding, that was the Housing Accelerator Fund. And that's to pay for some of the policy work that our staff are doing related to the HAF project, so the Housing Action Plan. And again, the transfer from reserves remains the same. So the 2026 approved budget represents a transition year with decreased permit revenues and increased reliance on grant funding, and that included the housing-related funding. And despite these changes, the overall expenditures remain consistent with the approved budget, resulting in no change to the net tax requirement. So next up, our development planning manager, Lucas Sherwin, will walk you through a budget scenario where the municipality has land use authority. We don't know when that starts, so I want to reinforce the word scenario. You'll notice Mr. Sherwin referring to year 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have a year assigned to those years. And our objective in creating this scenario is to explore this question. What does a post-transfer budget look like for post-transfer work? What does a post-transfer budget look like for post-transfer work? And with that, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Mr. Sherwin to walk you through the scenario. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. I just want to make sure that I'm coming through clear in the room. Maybe Beth, I can see you. Maybe see some nodding. Okay, that's great. All right. Hi, Council.
Clear.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, Council. For those of you who have not met in person before, my name is Lucas Sherwin. I'm the Development Planning Manager, which is part of the Urban Design and Standards Department. My background is as an urban planner, and my role on the team is leading the group that administers the municipal approvals process. So this includes servicing review for all rebuild and non-related rebuild projects in town currently, as well as administering the commercial use of public space use permits for the town. In the future, it's anticipated that we'll also be the team that handles all current planning applications that are currently handled by Parks Canada as the development authority. The slide that we've got in front of you today is what we're calling a post-transfer development scenario. It outlines the anticipated funding scenario once Development Authority transitions 100% to the municipality from Parks Canada. It starts in a theoretical year 1, which would be the first year where the MOJ is the full development authority. In that first year, expenses are generally based on what's proposed in 2026 with cost escalations. But it's important to remember that the exact timing of year 1 might shift depending on final negotiation between the MOJ, Parks Canada, and of course the province of Alberta, as well as a third party. I'm going to take a quick minute to talk about some of the baseline assumptions that we're making about the transfer of authority. That said, Council should expect to hear more from the MOJ senior leadership as we go through the negotiation process with Parks Canada. We've broadly identified 2 categories of revenues and expenses in this scenario, ones that are predictable and ones that are unpredictable. Some of the ways that we can modify our revenue numbers, which are predictable, includes choosing what are the services that we will undertake, what are the fees that we will charge, what is the acceptable service standard for development reviews, so how long will it take for us to get back to applicants and that sort of thing. And it also includes predictable administrative decisions like the number of staff that we hire, their salaries, and year-over-year support costs for legal review, graphic design support, and other supports. The items that are unpredictable within the budget scenario, these are things that we do not necessarily have control over, and we don't necessarily have a view into how many of them we will receive. So this includes how many applications are actually submitted to the municipality. It includes the types of applications, right? So if one year we might receive a lot of large development applications, one year we might receive a number of small ones, and that's going to impact our revenue in each year. All that to say, it makes estimating our actual permit revenue a little bit challenging for us at this time. Across what is the actual role of the development planning team? We've identified 5 service areas that we are expecting to be taking on. One is long-range community planning. So this is setting stuff like the municipal development plan, working with the community to establish a vision for itself. There's land management of public lands within the town site. So this is helping the town get clear about how are we using our own lands, who's using them, what are the fees associated with them. That's sort of the work that we're already handling through the commercial space, or the commercial use of public space permits. There's also planning advice and support. And so this is supporting people who want to do work in the town site and supporting them through the development process, connecting them with the appropriate departments to understand where are the utility connections, what are the different sort of pieces of information that we're going to need to know about as they go through that process. There's also support for other departments. So this means supporting our colleagues in operations or in bylaw enforcement to make sound planning decisions about what to do with municipal land, how to create sort of a good public realm in the municipality. The final piece of work that I'll highlight, and this is the work that is really going to come to us as the development authority, is the development application review, right? So this includes reviewing development permits, looking at subdivisions, reviewing land use amendments before presenting those to council, that kind of work. As the development authority, we would take over the development application review process from Parks Canada, and we would ultimately have the power to charge user fees for some of those services that we undertake. The budget scenario that we're talking about today is really just for the development planning function. We felt that it was important to give council a clear picture of what is expected to cost to take on the role of the development authority. This does not include housing, it does not include energy and environment, and it also doesn't include Director Sanders' position, as her work covers off more than just the development planning service function. Looking back at the budget itself, slide 8 here, permit revenue is drawn from sort of 2 major categories. Development permit revenue and sidewalk seating permit revenues, which is now another program that our team maintains. Some of the assumptions that we've made about what the revenues will look like, I'll just list them here. So the municipality will issue development permits and development completion permits once we become the development authority. Our plan is at the start that we will not necessarily issue building permits. We're going to leave safety code review and inspections to private sector service providers, similar to how Parks Canada handles it now. We might look at taking on that work in the future once we have our existing scope of work handled and council directs us to look at other options. The third assumption that we made is that the intent of bringing the development authority powers into the municipality is that in some cases we actually want to intentionally reduce the numbers and types of permits of applications that require permitting. While this might ultimately lead to a reduction in permit revenue, we feel that this is well offset by the reduction in time and cost for leaseholders who are undertaking that work. And that's the sort of control that council can exercise. You can tell us through the land use bylaw, we don't need to see permits for those sorts of applications, or we would like to see permits for those sorts of applications. So we hope that we will make some decisions that will sort of reduce the amount of red tape that residents are required to undertake before doing development. Looking again at sort of the projections for the 2 funding streams. So sidewalk seating permit revenues are projected to be similar and as in years past, with the assumption that participating businesses will continue to participate year over year. And then the other portion of the rental and permit revenue line item there is the development application review. One slide that I'm just going to quickly show you here. This is the historic development permit information for the entirety of Jasper National Park from 2019 to 2024. Some of the things that you'll observe is that it fluctuates from year to year. So with a high in 2021 of 264 permits, to a low in 2024 of 151. So you can see it fluctuates pretty significantly. Both 2022 and 2024 were years where the town site was impacted by, and the park itself was impacted by wildfire events as well. And so you can imagine that there are certain years that will have disruptions to it. And it's impossible, I would say, to sort of plan for those sorts of years. What you're also seeing is the current staffing contingent with Parks Canada. So a relatively low number, 5 to 7 staff who are handling development applications from 2019 until 2023. And then a big jump post wildfire as the team has staffed up to handle sort of the influx of new development applications. I'm just going to take a quick second here to sort of highlight one of the challenges that we have with predicting future development permit revenue. In Jasper, redevelopment of individual sites is governed by one-off decisions by leaseholders. So these decisions are influenced by economic factors like tourism visitation, interest rates, and material costs. And unlike in other municipalities, there is no master plan for development that we can use to project future development. So in a large municipality, we might have developers who have 5 or 6 years worth of developable land that they are anticipating to build out in. And there would be a way to project, okay, each year we're going to expect to see, 100 new homes be constructed in those subdivisions. Jasper, that's not how it works. It's all up to individual leaseholders to make those decisions. And so we have no way to project what that is going to be at the time. Finally, we also don't expect that the number of permits applied for in years past to necessarily be a good predictor of permits post-fire. In particular, the fire impacted areas of town where we were expecting to see more significant redevelopment, right? So older homes, that sort of thing. It's very unlikely that post rebuild, the portions of town that were impacted by the fire, that any significant reinvestment or redevelopment is likely to occur for 10, 15, or about 50 years for a full redevelopment of those homes that are going to be rebuilt post fire. That said, as time goes on, each year we'll have a better sense of where that new average number of new developments is going to be. This slide here, I just want to take a second here to cover off the transfers from reserves and the internal transfer support as well. The way that we've set up this budget scenario includes an internal transfer support of $270,000. These are funds that today are allocated towards the land rent, which is sent to Parks Canada. So this is tax-supported funds that we take from local leaseholders and we pass it directly to Parks Canada. It's expected that after the transition of authority, we will renegotiate the amount that is transitioned for land rent, and that amount will be reduced, recognizing the municipality's work as the development authority. It would be appropriate in the future to move the transfers from reserves and internal transfer report, that $270,000, and mark it as a sort of tax-supported service directly for the department. But in this budget scenario, we wanted it to be flagged that this is not a net increase in tax-supported services. It's the same amount of money that's being collected from taxpayers, but is being reallocated from, instead of going to Parks Canada, it's going to the development planning team. But in future budgets, you'll see that as a line item that is tax-supported for the department itself. Looking into some of the assumptions that underlie our expenses. So the vast majority of expenses for the department are covered under salaries and benefits. In this scenario, like I mentioned earlier, the salaries cover positions for a manager, a town planner, and a development administrator. And these are the specific positions that will undertake the development review function within the municipality. This represents a decrease from current staffing levels. So there's one less town planner on the team than we currently have employed on a term position to help with the rebuild. And as Director Sanders mentioned, the other town planner position is being funded through the GRCC budget area. In addition, the director's salary and benefits are removed to show the cost of the development planning function in and of itself. Looking at some of the other line items within the expenses area there, our contracted services include advice from legal counsel. It also includes our portion of the geographic information system technician who we co-employ with Parks Canada. So we split that cost 50-50, as well as other costs like graphic design, communication support, and printing for some of the projects that we undertake. The way that from year to year, we've essentially used a 3% increase from year to year. Some of the line items, so materials, goods, and services, also contemplates that every like 3 or 4 years, we might replace some of our computer hardware and that sort of thing. So you're going to see some minor fluctuations in that number as well. With that, I'm going to wrap up my portion of the presentation. We are here for any questions that you have, but I'll pass it back to Director Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Sherwin. So Deputy Mayor Frechette and Council, we've, I was going to say quickly, though it's not quick, but we've shared the actual budget numbers for 2025, which were on budget. The budget projection for 2026, which is also projected to be on budget, and provided a budget scenario for the municipality starting with the first full year of land use authority, whenever that is. So just a reminder that the word scenario is important here. Over the next few months, we'll be placing our attention on preparing for the 2027 budget and beyond. And to do that, we'll be undertaking the following. So first, we want to prepare a fee schedule for development applications for your consideration, because as Mr. Sherwin was identifying, what we determine the fees to be has an impact on what the revenue will be. And that's a variable we don't yet know in our budget scenario. We'll also be monitoring how much rebuilding development takes place this year so we can understand how much remains, so we can plan appropriately with our parks colleagues, but also plan on how much development activity is happening because of rebuilding. But we'll also be monitoring how much development activity happens in Jasper in non-fire affected areas in town, because this is also one of the assumptions that we need to make about future development for future budget years. And again, it's an unknown. And then last, we'll be preparing materials to make a recommendation to committee about how to handle building permits. That's a thing we have yet to do, but that's something that we'll be bringing forward to committee for your consideration. And as always, we will continue to monitor the cost implications of preparing for the transfer, and we'll continue to simplify our internal development review processes and also continue to work closely with our Parks Canada colleagues as they simplify their processes. And Deputy Mayor Frechette, I suggest we start with questions on the 2025 and 2026 budget and then move into the scenario. And over to you for questions. I'm sure there are from Council. Mr. Sherwin and I are happy to assist you.
Thank you, Director Sanders and Mr. Sherwin, for your report. I look to Council for questions for Director Sanders. Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to Director Sanders. The first question I have is that originally the conversation today was about the urban design whole department, and now it's narrowed down to development planning. How much more is involved in your department? Are we talking about this being half or 80%, or how does that work out?
I don't have the number off the top of my head. Through you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, to Councillor Roger. The other two areas, the housing area and energy and environment. Energy and environment is smaller. The housing, the budget is very different because of the half funding. So that just by default is going to be quite a bit larger in terms of expenditures that are moving through. In terms of personnel, right now, energy and environment is 1, housing is 2, and the development planning area right now is 3. And then in addition to that, there are 2 town planners that are reporting directly to me that are providing kind of wraparound support to the work that we're doing as a department. And those are the 2 over time that fall away when we lose DRP funding.
what I'm getting at, I guess, is that one of the purposes of this meeting today is to determine how much extra costs the town is going to be required to pay when we take over from parks, if we take over from parks. So the other two parts would exist anyway. So it's only this development planning expense that we're adding on. Okay. And I noticed that your salary is not involved on this one at all. That changes the budget, of course. Is there a reason for that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, to Councillor Roger, the exercise for me when looking at the question that I landed on, which is what does a post-transfer budget look like for post-transfer work? I'm not directly involved in the planning work. I, as a director, am paying attention to three areas. So I'm paying attention to energy and environment. I'm providing support to housing, but I'm also providing support for development planning. In the organization, I've come to learn that we in departments, we handle this in a variety of different ways. So one way would be to put the director's salary in one of the sub areas, distribute it across the sub areas, or just have it separate. Where I'm leading in consultation with CAO Given is just to have it separate so that in this exercise, at any rate, my objective was to figure out, like, what does the transfer cost the municipality? It's not a third of me. It's the group of people that are going to be doing the work when it comes. So that's ultimately the reason why I left it aside. Is it allowed for a much cleaner scenario to give you a sense of what we're talking about here. Now, my position and whether or not it's needed is a different discussion. But the question at hand, which really is running underneath everything here, is do we want to do this transfer of authority and what does it cost? My objective was to figure out, well, what actually could it cost? Don't have a definitive number because we can't predict everything, but that would be my rationale.
But what I'm getting at is that if we weren't taking over from parks at all, we would still have the housing and the energy. And so your position wouldn't exist at all. We wouldn't need somebody to do that, would we?
CEO Given.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Frechette, I'll speak to that. So these sub areas, council could choose to discontinue any service at any time. When we have a variety of different services, there's a matter of organizational structure about how many services can one individual oversee at any time. So I'll use community development as an example. We have Director Reed, who oversees what I think council and the community would recognize as kind of independent business units. The Fitness and Aquatic Center. It's a self-contained operation that has a manager. The Arena and Activity Center. Another self-contained, pretty distinct operation that has a manager. Community Outreach Services. Pretty distinct service area that has a manager. Community Development, another area that has a manager. So we don't assign Director Reed's salary to any one of those. We actually have, and this has been an evolution in the municipality's approach, we actually have a department admin area that we call, and that's the same as what we do with Director Nadon. Director Nadon's cost of her salary is not in bylaw. It's also not in fire. And it's not split across all three of them. You can see clearly the cost of having that director. Council could say at some point in the future, we have too many directors, and all of those different services should report only to the CAO. And I could be the direct supervisor of the manager of the arena, of the Fitness Aquatic Center, and I'm going down the list. Obviously, that's a bit of an extreme case, but to make the point that the director's position is independent of the service. If council said, we need to find some way to reduce cost, and we don't care how many direct reports you have, CO given, then I could be the boss of everybody directly. But it is not related to the development planning function.
Let me just word that a different way, then reword it a different way. The housing and the energy existed before Beth came on the scene, right? So there was no director back then, right? So if we're transferring, if Beth's showing up and we're transferring from parks, her cost is an added cost to the town, and it should be shown, in my view, as part of the extra costs that we're going to be bearing going forward. So right now, you're showing year one, 79,000, year two, 91,000, but that does not include Beth Sanders' salary. And that salary didn't exist before we were taking over. So to me, that isn't correct. I mean, that if her salary is whatever it is, that should be added to how much it's costing us. And we have to have that information in order to make an intelligent decision here, because we're just looking at figures that aren't the full amount here. You know, the extra cost that Beth Sanders' salary is something that is directly related to the fact we're taking over from Parks Canada. And so it's got to be shown there. And I don't understand at all why it isn't.
Teal Given.
Deputy Mayor Frechette for Councillor Roger, because the decision to have a director is not the same as the decision to have Planning and Development Authority. Full stop. They're different things. The decision to have a director of protective and legislative services is not the same as the decision to have an arena. As the CAO, I could choose to organize the organization completely differently and have more or less directors, and I would have to be accountable to council for how I choose to organize. The municipality has actually reduced the number of directors that we've had in my time here. And as we've added services like housing, which we didn't have prior to my time here, and like energy environment, which we didn't have prior to my time here, I've chosen to add additional director resources to oversee those. So the span of control for the CAO is smaller. Again, that's a different decision than planning and development.
But you only chose to add the position of Beth Sanders after the development planning department is been created. The decision was only made after that was made. So it is a direct cost to the development planning. You know, you could say, you know, you could have hired, you could not have hired, but the fact is you did hire. So it is a direct cost. So to me, her salary has to be added to this thing. And I don't know if that's going to be determinant of whether we think it's too expensive or not, but I think we have to have that information. And I find it's not clear at all, and it's even misleading to show these figures that, you know, it's reasonable to be down 79,000 for the first year, but maybe it's unreasonable to be down 200 and some odd thousand. I'm just using that as an example. So I think it has to be put in there.
So Deputy Mayor Frechette, the question then for council would be, in addition to this area, where would you like to have director salaries reflected? Should we similarly add Director Reed's salary to the cost of operating the arena? Or should we similarly add Director Nadon's salary to the cost of running bylaw?
Well, where are those salaries reflected now? Where is Christopher Reed's salary reflected now?
In the community development area, there is the terminology is maybe not consistent between departments, but I think it's called department admin. There's a specific sub area called department admin. In protective and legislative services, there is an area, a sub area called director's office. So I think we should have them separate, because the decision of having a director to provide leadership for an area is independent of the service. In the past, I think CAOs took an approach of taking small portions of the director's salary and spreading it across all the different areas, which is legitimate. I think it's actually less transparent. And so I'm trying to move to an approach where council can clearly see the cost of senior leadership independent of the delivery of any particular service.
I mean, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but the only reason that Beth Sanders was hired was because we're transitioning or trying to transition from parks to the town. So To me, it has to be added in as a cost of this transition. And right now, the way it looks here, it's not there. And so it has to be added, because if we weren't transitioning from parks, you wouldn't have hired her. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
That's not correct. You would have hired her anyway.
I may have hired her because at the time I was overseeing the housing file and the housing manager, which was an increasing scope that we could see was growing. And I was also directly supervising the energy and environment manager. So, Deputy Mayor Frechette, I'd suggest that maybe council would want to go in camera if we want to talk about HR decisions or individual employees. If we want to talk about the budget and positions, fair. It's difficult in a small organization because budgets and positions mean individual people. But if we're going to reference people by name, that's probably an in-camera matter.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Gibbon. Are there any other questions for Director Sanders? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to Director Sanders. You invited us first to comment on the 2025 and 2026 budgetary information. So that's attachment 1 and 2. And I just would like an explanation, if you can give it, comparing expenses from 2025 to 2026. Salaries go down by 7% and benefits go up by 65%, which leaves me confused. Can you explain how that works?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, to Mayor Ireland, the simple answer, and I'll lean on Mr. Sherwin as needed, in the 2025 budget, it was prepared in 2024, the fall of 2024, and we really did not have a handle on all of the work that was going to be needed, the personnel, et cetera. So some assumptions were made. When we prepared the budget for 2025, we had quite a bit more, for 2026, we had quite a bit more information and could dial in with more specificity. So my simple answer is we had limited information in preparing the first, had quite a bit more specificity in preparing the second, and it was more accurate. And I'll just double check with Mr. Sherwin to see if he has anything to add to that.
No, I don't have any additional information.
All right, thank you for that. I did have a question about the attachment 3, if we're ready to move on to that. This perhaps goes to CAO's Given's suggestion of an in-camera meeting, and I might have been inclined to go to that as well. I appreciate that you have to, and you were directly asked to give us some numbers going forward, and so you have to make projections. The fact that the transfer from reserves and internal transfer support, as indicated by Mr. Sherwin, is there, just seems to me that that might have been an in-camera item. I mean, if it's impossible to negotiate something like this in the public realm when the other side is not at the table, but have we now, by presenting that $270,000 figure, revealed our upper limit expectation and can't possibly achieve better than that? I mean, it's such a, that is the cost of transparency. People want to know what the projections are, but that projection seems to me to now limit our flexibility. And I don't know whether, like, where we're at, we haven't actually really hammered out the land rent issue. And so it's there and we're stuck with it, I guess, but it might have been my preference to discuss this first in camera and figure out how we might deal with that. But here we are.
Deputy Mayor Frechette, through you to Mayor Ireland, full transparency behind the scenes with our Parks Canada colleagues. And administratively, we are very clear that this is just a number for the purposes of running a scenario. And our Parks colleagues are also aware that this is just a number to run a scenario. And the negotiations to figure out, like, we're paying X amount in land rent and it's going to reduce. So that's what that gap is. We don't know what that number is, and it has not yet been negotiated. All that said, I take your point.
Councillor Conrad.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. Through you to council and administration, perhaps this is the time to talk about it or not. This is, I feel this is a huge issue, this development and planning. And I have a lot of questions. And I guess I have to admit I'm quite ignorant on the whole topic, and I want to know more. And I was wondering if anybody has some guidance on how I learn more, and possibly everybody gets more up to date on this. Like, I'm assuming that previous council wanted the urban planning and development, but I kind of wonder to myself, do we want it? I think the horse is out of the barn now on that, but nothing's going to shape Jasper's future more than this. And if anybody has any recommendations on how I get up to speed and learn, I want to know everything about it, not just a little bit. And right now, I don't even feel like I can ask informed questions or on it. And I just want to let everybody know where I'm at. Thank you.
Any further questions for Director Sanders? Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, and through you to Director Sanders. Can you clarify how much parks will still be involved? What I'm getting at is that the town, as you know, has a line around it. There's not really much room for any further development in the town. And if we do want to do anything, I understand parks is still the final say on some things. Can you let us know what parks is involved in and what the town would have exclusive authority over?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, to Councillor Roger, the fine details will be in a process of negotiation. And at some point here in the next few months, administration will be in front of council with some proposed principles to guide those negotiations. So I'm going to speak with like huge generalities here, because again, I don't want to predispose any of the things. So I'm going to use the town of Banff as an example. So for example, in the town of Banff, when someone in town wants to redevelop or build or do something different with their property, they go to the town of Banff for all of the permitting experience, and they do not go to Parks Canada. So Parks Canada is fully removed. There's a clear delineation of authority. It's all documented, and there are things that the town does that Parks has nothing to do with. On the day-to-day business of things, Parks is still the landowner, so things like leases are going to remain with Parks, but the local decision-making around land use is going to remain with the town of Banff in that case. So the other quality to think about here are, and things like you could already be familiar with, is when the municipality of Jasper passes a bylaw, it goes to Parks Canada for certification. That's going to remain the same because we're going to have two what we call statutory plans which are going to be decisions of council. So one of them is going to be the land use policy at parks would migrate over and become a land use bylaw. That is your bylaw to change and amend. Before third reading, any changes would always go to Parks Canada for certification, but the lens with which they're going to evaluate those are, does it conform with the Canada National Parks Act? So it's their way to check in, but you will be able to directly make decisions on the land use bylaw. And then the other document that you'll adopt by bylaw is going to be a town plan. So under the MGA, that would be the municipal development plan, or it would be the equivalent of a community plan under the Canada National Parks Act. But very similarly, you get to set that, you get to make the decisions on behalf of the community, and Parks Canada will review it to make sure it's in alignment with the Canada National Parks Act. So they have that oversight, but there's boundaries to it. I'm going to leave my answer there for now. There's more things we could talk about, but I'll just keep it at that.
The town planners that we have on staff, they're restricted basically, of course, to what land there is in the town, and there's very little of it. I'm just wondering, how are they going to keep themselves occupied full time if there's really not much development going on of new areas? Is that something that the planner only would be involved with? But I mean, most of the development's going to happen individual lots, changing from house to duplex or something. Is the town planner involved in that as well, or is that a different job?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, to Councillor Rogers. So day-to-day work. So part of this scenario that we laid out for years 1, 2, 3, 4 imagines that the bulk of the rebuild work is complete and that we have some kind of a business as usual. So it could be somebody knocks down a building and wants to replace it with a duplex. That would be permit activity. We have some decisions to make about what are the things that we want to have permits for or don't want to have permits for. So it could be something along the lines of a fence. Right now, you need to have a permit to put up a fence or take down and replace a fence. We may decide as a municipality, and we meaning administration will support council in deciding, do we want to have permits for those things? If we don't, then it becomes a compliance issue rather than needing somebody to review permit applications. So that would change how many staff we need to have on hand. Mr. Sherwin also laid out some of the other services. So one of them is just supporting the community to think longer term for our community sustainability plan, which was last updated in 2011. So that's going to take some time over the next number of years to have a new plan in place for Jasper. The other piece is development applications. The other piece is this land management function where we're supporting the municipality to think through how do we think about the land that is ours to steward, so that the public municipal land, so things like sidewalk seating. So that's how they're occupying their time. And it's a little exaggerated right now because of the rebuild situation that we're in, but we're doing quite a bit of coordination and support to other departments. So that eventually should also drop off, which would make more time for our people to work on permitting, and then like questions we have about how we want to be as a community. And then I imagine there's going to be some projects that pop up. I'm under no illusions, though, to all of council, that this is a very conservative personnel budget, because we don't know what the development demands are going to be, but we do know that the time to rebuild, like it's not going to be done in a year or 2 or 3. We're going to see a number of properties that are just going to, over time, come on stream and need permits. So the risk is low that we'll have too many staff in the near term. And if we get to that point at some point, then as CAO Given said, like if we've got too many resources on a service, then we make that adjustment at that time. But that will be my job to keep an eye on that.
Of course, that's the concern that council has. I mean, right now, the numbers look, including your salary, look like we're subsidizing $200,000 or $300,000. But if that turns into, $600,000 or $700,000, then that's not really where we want to be. I mean, we still have the option to say, forget the whole thing, let Parks Canada do it and pay for it themselves. So that's, we don't want to get ourselves into a situation where it's just an open-ended cost to the town. I mean, we just can't do that. If we put a budget on you, this is how much money you've got and you work with it. I mean, I know that'd be difficult, but that's got to be an alternative as well. So, thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I've been listening, of course, intently in the conversation, and I'm going to state that I'm happy that we have the department as it is in our current situation, and I could not see how we would be moving forward if we didn't have the resources that we have. And so to Director Sander, to Mr. Sherwin, the way we're moving forward, I think, is a direct result of the integration of this department with Parks Canada. If we were to decide to not go down the road of development and planning and let Parks Canada handle it, I cannot imagine that Parks Canada is just going to do it for nothing. I am sure if there is going to be additional resources needed, Parks Canada will bill us for it, or will challenge us on it, or we'll have a delay in turnaround of permits, which won't help the community in the long term. There's always going to be people who are going to be renovating. There's always going to be buildings that could be taken down, and even in the downtown core, there may be one-story buildings that may be replaced with two-story buildings. So I think there'll always be work in this area. It's just you can't foresee that right now. And that's the difficulty of this type of forward planning, is you can't predict the revenues with certainty, and you can't predict the activity with certainty. As I said, I could not imagine where we'd be with the rebuilding if we didn't have this cooperative environment right now with Parks Canada. And so I appreciate understanding the total costs, and I appreciate CEO Given's rationale for how directors are split among various departments. But this, I think, gives us this 4-year plan does give us like a net cost, maybe without a portion of Director Sanders' salary in there. But it really does show what the cost would be to run this this department. Again, future revenues and future development is something that's hard to predict. But the base salary that is in here for the individuals, it's not a large staff. I think this presents what this scenario could look like. I'm comfortable with how it was presented. And again, there's that allocation of a director's salary to the various departments that are supervised by that director. And that's, for argument's sake, how much do you attribute to that particular department? Is it 50%, 30%? That's it's relative maybe to the amount of time that goes into that department. But this presents, I think, a fairly clean assessment of the net cost over 4 years at some point, when we're, basically have the land use and planning transferred over as best we can foresee revenues.
Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, through you to Mr. Melnick. My understanding is that there is no part of the director's salary that's been allocated to this budget going forward in the 4 years. That's not what you said. You said part of it was, so I just want to correct you on that.
If I may, I think if we chose to allocate part of the salary, we could do it at 20 or 30 or 50%. I didn't say that it was not included in there. I said if we chose to, we could.
I just want to be clear that it is not allocated any part of it yet. So these figures should be looked at with that in mind.
Thank you for the discussion. And yet, Councillor Consrid.
Nobody reached out to me to let me know where we might get more information. So I'm wondering if I should make, and I will make a motion to get the ball rolling and get talk at the table, that maybe we direct administration to get an expert to put on a workshop, an expert knowing what municipalities do when Parks Canada hands over urban planning and designing, which I know is not going to happen. I mean, who's an expert on that? Because it's new territory. But I would like to find out. I'd like to know everything about the area we're heading. And I can't seem to find any literature to learn about it. I don't know. I guess I'm asking, like, can somebody explain to me where we're going with all this?
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I was tempted to raise this matter earlier, but I'm not in the chair. But I think my request would be to return to the orders of the day, which is the development planning budget. I respect that there are questions about council direction, and I agree with Councillor Consrud that a workshop might be something that's required if council wants to better understand the direction set by many previous councils. A workshop might be relevant. So if there's a motion in that regard, I leave that to Councillor Consrud if he wants to do that. From my position, we have a busy day. We have a public hearing this afternoon. We should take a lunch break before that, and we're not quite done this committee agenda yet. So at this point, I am prepared to make a motion that committee receive the report of the development planning budget for information. And once that motion is disposed with, I would invite Councillor Consrud to make a motion to organize a workshop if that's what he wishes to do, and I think it is. I'm not so sure that there is an expert out there because it hasn't happened before, but in any event, my motion is to receive the report for information.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Any discussion, debate on the motion as presented? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 7 points. Sorry, Councillor Consrud. Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I would like to make the motion that we direct administration to find us somebody that could lead a workshop, and we could get together and try to better understand the direction that we're heading.
Thank you, Councillor Consrud. Any discussion on the motion? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. In fairness to administration, I think some particulars around the workshop. So a workshop with respect to the transfer of land use planning and development authority to the municipality is what you want to investigate. And then the parameters of that, I'm not sure what direction there is there for administration. But you would like just to review the transfer of authority in principle.
if that was an amendment, I'd accept that amendment.
Any further discussion regarding the amendment to the motion?
Can I suggest, thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I mean, it's an important motion. It's dangerous, I think, to leave it as unspecific as it is now. And we are getting late. I wonder whether it might be appropriate to recess, reconvene after the public hearing this afternoon, by which time I can work with Councillor Consgrew, perhaps write out a motion that could be presented later, and then we can conclude the remainder of the agenda. But I think now, if we take a break now to do that, by the time we come back and go on, we're going to run out of time anyway. So I'm proposing a recess now and reconvene at this stage after the public hearing this afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor Island. Any discussion? Councillor Waxer.
I'll make a motion that we recess and reconvene after the public hearing.
Any discussion regarding the motion? All in favor? All against? Carried. We'll recess for lunch and reconvene 1:15. 1:30. 1:30, pardon me.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome to councillors and administration assembled here today. Welcome to members of the gallery who are with us, and to those who are watching on our Zoom platform and may watch later on our YouTube channel. I will call to order this public hearing for March 24th, 2026, in consideration of the Jasper Offsite Levies Bylaw. Councillors, you have today's proposed agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or other changes to be made to the agenda? If not, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda for this public hearing as presented. Deputy Mayor Frechette, thank you. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And may I ask administration, is Councillor Hall linked in? He is not. All right. Thank you. We'll turn to agenda item 3, new business, which is the public hearing with respect to the Jasper Offsite Levies Bylaw. Just for certainty, I will explain the process that we will follow during this public hearing. First, I will ask for a presentation from administration. There is no applicant in this case, so it will be a presentation from administration. Following the presentation from administration, I will invite members of the public to address council as they may wish. And just to be clear, at the conclusion of the presentation from administration, there will not be questions from council at that time. We will first hear from all members of the public who are interested in addressing us. They may be unlimited in number, but each one will be limited to a 3-minute submission orally to council. That then subject to any questions from councillors directed specifically to members of the public who make submission. Members of the public may certainly raise whatever questions they choose, but those questions will not be directed to administration at the time. They can be left with Council, once we have heard from all members of the public who wish to be heard, that will be then the time for councillors to address questions to administration. At the conclusion of that process, I will declare the public meeting to be closed, after which council can enter into debate, but is prohibited from receiving any further information relative to the consideration of the Jasper Offsite Levies Bylaw 2026. So with that understanding, and with one additional bit of information just for the record, I am not aware of council having received any written submissions with respect to this public hearing, but I would just like administration to confirm on the record that they have received nothing, and that is so. I'm getting...
Yes, nothing received.
Right. Thank you for that confirmation, and I will then turn to Director Sanders to favor us with the presentation from administration.
Thank you, Mayor Island. I wanted to take a moment to set the stage a little bit around why this is in front of you today. The Offsite Levies Bylaw was adopted by earlier council, the most recent version in 2015. And what it did is it set a rate for any new development, so not replacement of, but new development, so that you could recoup infrastructure costs. Upon my starting with the municipality and recognizing all of the rebuilding that was coming post-wildfire, I had a really big question in my mind, which was how many net new residential units are going to come about, or net new commercial or industrial or institutional development. Because my first question is then, what is the state of our offsite levies bylaw, and what is the state of our infrastructure? Can the infrastructure handle additional dwelling units or commercial floor area? And if it can or can't, how are we putting money aside to pay for that infrastructure upgrade? And I immediately learned that we had a 9-year-old at the time offsite levies bylaw, and that it had not been updated. So my request of my ops colleagues was, where are we at when it comes to getting answers to these questions so that we could update the offsite levy bylaw? Operations already had underway the utilities master plan, which was completed last year and approved by council. And alongside that also was an offsite levies report, which identified what the new numbers should be. And there's quite a large delta there. So we did what we could as quickly as possible to get the matter in front of council before rebuilding started, but we didn't get the file in front of the last council until a few months before the election. And council of the day chose to pause. And so here we are again. It's been in front of council for consideration. You scheduled a public hearing today. And really the big question here is, how do we as a community choose to pay for the additional infrastructure that's needed with, and the language you're going to hear from Mr. Pollock and I is net new development. So when someone's replacing a building with the same use of the building, so say a duplex for a duplex, or a single detached home to a single detached home, or 4,000 square foot of commercial area for 4,000, none of what we're talking about here today applies. So it's only for net new, which means infrastructure upgrades or expansion is needed over time. And what is for you to consider today is, how do we pay for that additional infrastructure over time? And really it's a question for the financial health of the municipality of Jasper over the next number of decades. So long term, who's paying for what? That's how we're here today. I'm going to shift the attention over to Town Planner Marley Pollock, who's been working on this file since day one of his employment with us in November of 2024. And over to you, Mr. Pollock, to walk us through the proposed bylaw.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Director Sanders. Yeah, so as Beth alluded to, my name is Marley Pollock, town planner with the municipality of Jasper, and I'm here today on behalf of administration to speak to the proposed 2026 Offsite Levies Bylaw. So we'll move a little bit into the purpose of what this bylaw is. So at a high level, what this bylaw does is it establishes how the municipality will ultimately collect offsite levies from development that funds critical infrastructure. So specifically what we're talking about today is water systems, wastewater systems, as well as storm drainage infrastructure. So these are foundational systems to support every form of development within the town of Jasper. Every new dwelling unit that we see creates additional, that creates additional square footage on commercial space. So there's dwelling units and also additional commercial space that's created within our town. Ultimately, what happens when that occurs is there's additional demand that is placed on our infrastructure. So why is this update being brought forward to you today? It's a good question. The current Offsite Levies Bylaw, this was last adopted in 2015. So since then, what we've seen as a society as a whole, construction costs have increased significantly, infrastructure requirements have evolved, and Jasper is now entering a period of an active redevelopment following the wildfire. So what we're doing is we're seeing more, just as a part of where we are as a bit of a more modern society and where we're moving with our partners at Parks Canada. The types of developments we're seeing are more duplexes, more secondary suites, as well as more multi-unit redevelopments. So basically, we are seeing development occur at a higher density. All of this means an increased demand on our municipal infrastructure. So what this bylaw update does is it looks to ensure that our levy framework reflects what today's current costs are and what the current conditions of our infrastructure currently are, not those of a decade ago, so from the 2015 bylaw. So we'll move now into core principle and core question. So at its core, what this bylaw is about is quite straightforward. The question is, how do we pay for the infrastructure that is required to support the development that we are welcoming to our community? So these costs, the bottom line is they exist regardless, right? The infrastructure needed to support development is something that we as a municipality need to ensure that we put in place. So if we as a municipality do not collect an offsite levy, the infrastructure still needs to be built, systems still need to be upgraded, and capacity still needs to be expanded. So the only difference here is the question of who pays for that. So without a proper or adequate levy framework, those costs then shift away from the developers, and they are placed back onto the municipality in the form of the general tax base or just general utility rates as a whole. So essentially, the infrastructure needs to be paid for somehow. The question is, how do we pay for it? So what this bylaw does is it ensures that the development that actually creates the additional demand on our infrastructure contributes its fair share to the infrastructure required to actually support it. So we'll move right along. So we'll touch now on how the actual levy works. So the structure of the levy is relatively straightforward, and the bylaw makes it so that it is more transparent than the 2015 bylaw. So for residential development, what we're proposing is to charge on a per dwelling unit basis based on net new units. Now, this is a key piece here. What we were looking to charge under this bylaw is only additional units in our community. So if you have a single family home and you redevelop it as another single family home, the offsite levy will not apply. So in a wildfire context, anyone who is rebuilding like for like, you will not see an offsite levy. In a residential context, the only time you will see an offsite levy is if you have a net new unit. So let me make that very clear. It is essentially you as the leaseholder, the developer, whomever in question. If you are gaining a net new unit or a net new asset, if you will, you have to contribute an offsite levy here. In a non-residential development situation, because it's not as clear, right? So for something like commercial or institutional, we don't have that clear-cut way to do it, such as a dwelling unit. So we will remain on charging that based on additional gross floor area. So basically, if you're building back bigger than what you had before, you will see the levy charged on the net new gross floor area. So really what we're trying to do is base this off the net impact that this is going to have on our infrastructure moving forward. So again, as we move a little bit past that, we'll move into where the numbers actually come from. So this is another very important point here. The levy rates are not arbitrary. We did not, as administration, take these back and develop these on our own. These are based on detailed engineering work completed by a third-party engineering company, ISL Engineering. They created 2 documents for us. Number 1 is the Jasper Utility Master Plan, which was adopted by Mayor and Council in 2025, as well as the offsite levy update that was born out of that utility master plan that was also adopted by Mayor and Council in 2025. So these studies identify the infrastructure required to support redevelopment, and it also identifies long-term system performance, so we can have a clear understanding as a municipality what our infrastructure looks like as we move forward. So we'll move along to what the levy actually funds. So what are we using these funds for? It's important to be clear about what these levies are funding. So on the water side, some of the projects that we're looking at is a resiliency water main to improve system reliability and fire flow, production of well upgrades to increase supply and capacity, and as well as a water treatment plant and reservoir upgrades as needed. On the wastewater side, these projects include the Stone Mountain Lift Station upgrade, Cabin Creek sanitary system upgrades, the Highway 16 trunk sewer upgrade, as well as a major wastewater treatment plant upgrades as we move forward. So these projects are directly tied to supporting redevelopment, increasing system capacity, as well as improving resiliency, particularly in a post-wildfire context where we're going to need it the most, right? So these are real costs. These are identifiable capital projects based in actual engineering evidence. These are not hypothetical investments. These are real costs. So moving right along, we'll go into understanding a little bit of some of the assumptions that were made in these engineering documents. We'll talk a little bit about some of the population scenarios we've seen. So yeah, I want to take a moment to really clarify some of these population thresholds and numbers that we're seeing within the engineering work. The engineering analysis includes a scenario where we could see Jasper in the long-term future reach a population of approximately 16,000 people. It's really important to understand what that number represents. By no means is that a growth target. So we are not by any means setting a growth target here. It is also not a policy objective. What it is a planning scenario that is used by engineers to test how our infrastructure performs under increased density and increased redevelopment conditions as it relates to us growing as a municipality. So there's a handful of assumptions being made in this scenario. So some of those assumptions include no expansion of the actual town boundary. So we'd see, as many of you know, that town boundary that is fixed in the Canada National Parks Act. So the assumption made under this engineering study is that we don't see that grow. Growth occurring entirely through infill redevelopment, right? And then also a significant portion of that growth occurring in some of the fire-affected parcels. In other words, it's essentially a stress test on our municipality to see how our infrastructure holds up as we welcome new homes and new non-residential commercial floor area or institutional floor area to our community. So it allows the engineers to essentially answer this fundamental question. If redevelopment results in more density over time or additional floor area, how does our infrastructure systems handle that? So even if actual population growth ends up being lower than the scenario put in place, the infrastructure projects identified within the study are still required because they address things such as existing system constraints, fire flow requirements, system resiliency, as well as an incremental increase in demand from redevelopment. So the key takeaways here being the levy is not built around achieving a population target. It is built around ensuring infrastructure can support redevelopment safely and reliably. So we'll move right along to, I touched on infill development, so we'll talk a little bit about what that means. So it's important to recognize that even infill development, such as what we see in Jasper, that does increase demand on our infrastructure. So for example, if you're adding something like a secondary suite to your home, perhaps you're converting a home into a duplex, so a single family home into a duplex, or you're a business that was awarded additional commercial floor area, and you're actually building back bigger than what you had before. So all of these, within the engineering reports we've identified, would see increased demand on our water infrastructure systems, wastewater systems, as well as our overall system capacity. So from an infrastructure perspective, the demand is driven by use and not whether the development occurs on new land or the existing parcel. So moving right along, we'll go into the fairness and the cost allocation piece of this. So if we take a step back, what this bylaw is fundamentally about, really, is fairness. So there's two approaches here. One approach is that we would distribute the infrastructure costs across all taxpayers, right? So if we welcome new commercial floor area, we see people build back at a higher density. Essentially, these infrastructure costs we're seeing, these are costs that we as a municipality will need to pay for somehow. So is that, the approach one, where we see these costs come in and they are distributed across the general tax base? Or the other scenario would be to ensure that the development contributing to that net new demand on our infrastructure contributes to the cost of expanding those systems. So this bylaw would follow the second principle, basically meaning that growth that contributes to infrastructure and infrastructure demand also requires, additional capital to support that, to essentially protect the general tax base. So what we'll move into now is we'll talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done on the back end before getting here, and that's public engagement. So a long time ago, many months ago, this would have been the summer of 2025, administration began engagement with industry stakeholders. So this included session with local builders, contractors, as well as other development professionals that are working within Jasper. This was followed by 2 public open houses in January of 2026, along with ongoing information sharing through our Engage with Jasper platform, ensuring both industry as well as residents had opportunities to review the proposed bylaw and provide us administration with feedback. So through that engagement, we heard a number of consistent themes and key takeaways. One of those was a need for greater clarity on when the offsite levy is actually applied. So you're coming to us with a new development. Is the offsite levy triggered? Is it not? Let's make sure this is clear, right? So another response that we heard is the proposed 2026 bylaw clearly defines that levies are triggered only by net new residential units or an increase in non-residential floor area. And it confirms that like for like rebuilds, especially in the context of the Jasper wildfire, they would not see an offsite levy. So this is not something that they would see. We also heard the importance of transparency as well as clarity on how this system works. So again, including how funds are managed, how the rates are calculated. The updated bylaw strengthens this by maintaining reserve requirements and standardizing rates using a per unit approach for residential, and then looking at the per square foot for non-residential. And finally, we heard interest in using the bylaw to support broader housing outcomes. Administration's view on that is that offsite levies are not necessarily the appropriate tool for that purpose, as they are intended to fund infrastructure required to support that growth. More broadly, all residential housing types, including things such as staff accommodation, are better supported through some of the other policy tools that we as administration can work on, rather than living within something like an offsite levies bylaw. So as we move right along, I'll speak a little bit to the motion that's going to be in front of council. So what that looks like is the recommendation that will be in front of council is to give second reading to the offsite levies bylaw 2026, or second reading as amended after the public hearing is formally closed. Second reading does not finalize the bylaw, so it will not be complete, if you will. It is a signal that council supports the policy direction. It allows for refinement using today's public hearing, and it enables the bylaw to move forward in the process. So following second reading, if it was given second reading, we would take this bylaw to Parks Canada for it to be certified, and then at that point, we would proceed to council for third reading and adoption. So this just kind of reflects the governance structure we find ourselves within Jasper National Park, and ensures that we align with our partners over at the federal government, our partners at Parks Canada. So in closing, this bylaw is about ensuring our infrastructure remains reliable, maintaining financial sustainability, distributing costs in a transparent way, as well as ensuring that development that leads to an increased infrastructure demand contributes to the cost of expanding that infrastructure. Ultimately, the infrastructure needs exist regardless. This bylaw ensures that those costs that are allocated, they are allocated in a responsible and an equitable manner. So again, if this bylaw were to be given second, and then of course third reading, the municipality will be well positioned to collect the infrastructure funds that we're going to need, especially as we are heading into what we anticipate to be a very busy construction season. So I will conclude at that point. Thank you all. And then as we move forward, be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Thank you, Director Sanders. And again, I'll just remind councillors to keep notes because question period will come later. At this stage of the proceeding, we are at 3.1.2 of the agenda, if anyone is following, and this is the point at which I will invite members of the public to present to council. So anybody wishing to present, I invite you to come forward, identify yourself for the record, and you have 3 minutes to make a presentation to council. Council may then ask questions of presenters for clarity if they choose. And once we have heard from all members of the public who wish to be heard, we will open questions to administration. So are there members of the public in the gallery who wish to be heard? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Denise Mellett, living in the Cabin Creek area. I am just questioning, we are putting in a secondary suite. It's a studio suite. We plan to use it more or less for friends and family, not necessarily for a long-term or a PHA rental. And just wondering how this would affect, how the offsite levy would affect us. I know that we are on the list to be charged for it. I know that there is an incentive program, and I believe it's $30,000 for people who wish to apply for it to have a secondary suite in their home. I'm wondering if there's another type of an incentive that might be coming along, because I do understand, if I do understand correctly, with the $30,000 that you do need to rent it right away as a long-term rental. And that needs to go into effect for 10 years before you have the choice of either not renting it or renting it as a PHA. So please correct me if I'm incorrect. The other thing is, with us just wanting to use it as for family and friends, we are a family of 2 with the opportunity to possibly put in 1 or 2 people in the basement. And if we were to use it as a long-term rental, that's what it would be. So what would the difference be on the inference as far as infrastructure with wastewater and use of water, 2 people versus 4, or a family of 6 or more? And I believe that's all I have to ask at this time.
All right, thank you for that submission. I think I heard 3 questions, and I just want to confirm. So first, how would the offsite levy affect you in your circumstance? And you explained that. Secondly, whether there might be another incentive coming, not the same as, but similar to the additional dwelling unit incentive that's out there now. And then finally, does your intended use make a difference? Those are the 3 questions that I recorded, and I'm happy to address those to administration at the appropriate time. But I just want to make sure that what I have jotted down is what you intended me to hear.
Mr. Mayor, you are correct. I do have one other question, and it keeps going in and out of my head here right now. I guess part of the reason for us putting the suite in right now is looking down the road at resale. Likely the person or family who would be purchasing our house would probably, no, it would give them options to have a suite to offset their mortgage payments, or just to have the extra income if they need to. The other thing is I'm not getting any older, and neither is my husband. And there might be a time where we have to have home care, and it would be a suite to have them within our house to look after us as we age, because we plan to age within our home. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions from councillors? It appears not. So thank you very much. Appreciate your attendance and your submission.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate my time with you.
Are there other individuals in the gallery who wish to address council? There we go.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you, Emma. And Mayor Ireland, Council. Thanks, Marley, for the really comprehensive description of everything. That was great. I have a couple of questions. The first is actually directed towards the framework. There is used to consider the input that Town Hall provides for council. What kind of framework is there when you hear from the town people in terms of this matter? And previously it was the concern on the increased development and specifically parking. That was back before you guys were, a lot of you guys were on council, but it's also my general question. So that's one. Specifically on the levy, obviously there has to be building levies. I'm wondering why this structure. The last one was 10 years old. However, what other structures have been considered? Because the layout of this one being the same for everybody seems a little bit unfair, to be honest. It seems like somebody who's putting in, for whatever reason, a duplex as opposed to a suite that would accommodate 1 or 2 people. Duplex might accommodate a family of 4 to 6, would have a greater impact on the infrastructure rather than a smaller suite that would just be for 1 or 2 people. So in terms of, yes, we do need to improve our infrastructure. Yes, there's going to be more of an impact on it. That cost has got to be passed on somehow. But in terms of the fairness of the structure, 2 questions: why this structure? And is it the fairest structure? So those are my 3 questions, I think. But Mayor Ireland, you might have found another one in there for me. I don't know.
I did not, but I would invite you to state your name for the record, even though we
Yes.
all know it. Not everybody that's watching will know who is addressing us.
Gilly Thomas.
Thank you for that, Ms. Thomas. So I've got, I think, your questions, which can be addressed at a later time in our process. I will look to councillors. Are there any questions for Ms. Thomas regarding her submission? I see no hands, so I thank you very much.
And I'm probably Mrs. Thomas. Thank you.
Again, I will look to the gallery. Appreciate those in attendance, and appreciate also that this can be quite formal and therefore a bit intimidating, but you've seen 2 wonderful examples of members of the public just coming forward and asking their questions. So I invite anyone else who might be so inclined to do so. But I see no stirring of of bodies or hands raising or even people in serious contemplation? If it is the will of council, I will make the bold step of determining that there are no further public presentations to be heard. And I will then invite councillors to ask questions of administration based either on administration's presentation or what we heard from members of the public, or a combination of both. So I open it to councillors for questions. Deputy Mayor Frechette.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to CEO Given. I think it would be maybe some benefit. I believe I heard from the first presenter that there was maybe a little bit of ambiguity as to the 10-year lease that you would sign if you indeed took advantage of the additional housing unit subsidy of $30,000. And for my own information, the 10-year long-term lease requirement, can that be interrupted and paid back, such as?
Mayor Ireland, for Councillor Frechette. First, I would just make the distinction between that program, which is a housing program funded by Housing Accelerator Fund dollars and separate from the idea of offsite levies, although absolutely, administration's talked about that and sort of said, well, there's $30,000 available here for adding a new suite, and the costs of adding a new suite on offsite levies are, so I appreciate that they are somewhat interconnected, but they're not the same. And nothing in the offsite levies program impacts that grant program. So I'll just make that distinction. I believe the standard grant agreement says that if somebody doesn't meet the conditions of the grant agreement by renting out a suite that had been supported by the incentive, if they choose not to follow the conditions of the grant agreement, then they'd have some obligation to pay back, probably on a prorated basis. We can have a look to confirm that, but I believe that would likely be the case.
Thank you, CEO Given. I just had the sense from the first presenter that may be part and parcel of their decision as to what they will do on the rebuild piece. Whether or not the offsite levy is in place or not. I just sort of got the sense that perhaps that might be a good point of clarity, so that that decision might become easier for anyone who's not sure about taking advantage of the additional housing unit piece as it relates to offsite levies financially, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Director Sanders, you appeared earlier to have your hand up. Did you wish to respond to the first question by Deputy Mayor Frechette?
The only detail I would add, Your Worship, would be if someone were to receive the $30,000 grant for an accessory dwelling unit grant program, they could pay it back, or a subsequent owner could pay that back. And again, that's in the details, in the weeds, but there's options there. But remember, the purpose of the program is to have long-term rental units available to the community of Jasper.
Yes, thank you for that, Director Sanders. I think that is although it doesn't really speak directly to our purpose here today, but I think that that's a point of clarity that may indeed help people considering this option, that they do have options down the road after building their suite. And as you just alluded to, the new owner should change it if they wish to.
Thank you, Councillor Roger, and then Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Mr. Pollock. I share the concern of the second speaker from the public that you're using per dwelling unit, and I'm just wondering what the logic of that is. If you have a small little bachelor suite, you could have the same as a big 3-bedroom duplex that's built on on a site. So I'm just wondering how that was determined.
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Roger. It's a good question. So one of the reasons we are bringing this bylaw in front of you today is we want to make the bylaw more simple and more easy to use, right? So when we break this down, what the current model and the model that we've ultimately brought in front of you, it prioritizes simplicity, fairness, as well as alignment with infrastructure demand, right? So the rates that you see in front of you that are done out of the engineering work that we've worked on with ISL, they take all of that into consideration. And we really try and boil it down to more so the use of the unit as opposed to things like the size of the unit, the number of kitchens that may be within a unit, the number of bathrooms, the number of bedrooms, right? So we could have gone in a more detailed or granular approach where we're looking at charging on size of the unit, as the old bylaw did, number of bedrooms, number of kitchens, all of that, right? We wanted to make sure that this bylaw is fair as well as has a level of simplicity, and it can be applied not only by administration in that way, but as well as it's easy for the public to digest. So that is ultimately the option that we went with.
Mayor Ireland, if I may, just a little bit more information through you to Councillor Roger about the methodology. So the engineering report is right here. It's large and substantial, but what they wrestle with in a report like this is thinking about the long-term implications and occupancy of a dwelling unit, like how many people, how many bedrooms, is not a reliable measure of the long-term infrastructure impacts. So there's engineering expertise, research all over the map, all over the continent on how to effectively research what the actual downstream infrastructure implications are. So they're thinking about variables that they can rely on, occupancy, like number of people who may or may not be in a building over time, just isn't a reliable thing. And I'm sure you can understand that administratively down the road, like this is a one-time fee. So however, how many people are in it to start may change in 5 years, 10 years, 25 years. The infrastructure is already there. So it's not like the number of people, the number of buildings, the number of square footage is not a reliable indicator that's proven in engineering reports over and over about how to calculate this kind of fee. So on the surface, it feels short term or maybe unfair, but in the longer term, thinking about how a municipality sets itself up to pay for these things, per unit basis is the standard for engineering practice to calculate these kinds of things for residential, and square footage or area is the standard engineering practice for commercial or anything non-residential. And they know over time that that gets them a better calculation. So we are not in a position to question that, but rely on the expertise of the engineers on this front.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Mr. Pollock or Director Sanders. Under the current bylaw, would residents who are rebuilding pay an off-site levy if they built a larger home than they had before? I ask this because there's some talk or concerns around the fact that this levy is coming in now and that other people got off without paying and others. So I wondered if that was the case.
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Waxer. Under the 2015 bylaw, administrative practice for that right now is that if you are not adding net new units, you do not see a charge. So in the context of a like-for-like rebuild, so let's say you're going from a single-family home to a slightly larger single-family home, because the use in and of itself is staying the same, 1 unit to 1 unit, even though that unit is slightly larger, you would not see a charge. The only time you'd see a charge under the current bylaw, as well as the proposed bylaw in front of you, is the presence of a net new dwelling unit.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Pollock. I'm looking at a couple of things simultaneously, and I just would like to get some clarity. In the definitions, a dwelling unit means 2 or more rooms connected as a separate unit in the same structure, and constituting an independent unit for residential occupancy. In part of the bylaw, in section 5.2a, we do refer to dwelling unit again, but then it includes on-site staff accommodation units. So I think for the purposes of understanding the bylaw, if somebody was to have a redevelopment and also include on-site staff accommodation units, if they were to have 4 rooms connected, as opposed to 2, it would still only be considered as one additional dwelling, correct?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Melnick, that is correct. And what I can tell you is that the definitions within this bylaw, the bylaw itself was written by legal counsel. Where those definitions came from is actually the town of Jasper land use policy. So we wanted to make sure that our bylaw was aligned with Parks Canada policy, especially in the legislative framework we find ourselves. But as far as your question about the number of rooms connected, that is correct.
Thank you for that. And the reason I asked that is I did see that there was concern that staff accommodation development would be adversely charged for this by this bylaw. But if you did have a staff accommodation unit with opportunities for 4 bedrooms connecting to a kitchen, you're only going to be charged the one time for the additional unit. Thank you for clarifying.
Related to that question, I want to return to the first of the public presentations. And so that was, as I understood it, a scenario where homeowners were going to add a suite, but not subject to the $30,000 incentive that is allowed because they would keep it for family. It might at some point be used for a caregiver because they wish to age in place. Not unlike others in the community that I could point to. And so the question is, how would the offsite levy affect them? Does use make a difference? And finally, are there any other incentives that might be coming along that would aid them with respect to the offsite levy?
Your Worship, the simple answer is when we go through an exercise like this, we're talking about the number of units, but we do need to separate who is using the units or how they're being used. So, and as we work with Parks Canada and talk about land use stuff all the time, you're going to hear from me, there is the use of a property or a building, and we do not regulate ever who is using it. So in the scenario that was before us earlier this afternoon, and you describe, and you may be in a similar situation, who is using the secondary suite, we are not paying attention to that. That should not factor into the decision making. If there are 2 standalone suites on a property where there was 1, then we have 1 net new and we'll be assessing an offsite levy for that new 1. If someone would like to avoid paying an offsite levy, then my recommendation is not to construct a separate unit. And then the second question, are there any other incentives? The primary incentive right now for a basement suite kind of secondary suite that's in your home is going to be the ADU incentive program. So if it's a brand new suite, it's $30,000, some of which can offset the costs of the offsite levy. Or if in a totally different scenario where somebody has an existing home and they'd like to turn their basement into a basement suite, the grant for that is $10,000 that's available. And again, that also could help offset the offsite levy that we would be expecting. But no, we cannot make a difference between who is in the unit. It's just simply, is it a separate standalone unit? If yes, the offsite levies will be assessed.
And it is not entirely clear to me from the definition section, and I appreciate Mr. Pollock's earlier comment that came from the legal team. But is the defining characteristic of a dwelling unit the presence of a kitchen?
To you, Mayor Ireland, essentially the way a dwelling unit is defined within the context of the land use policy, as well as essentially the bylaw in front of you today, is the presence of a kitchen. Under the current Parks Canada land use policy, whether you are a primary dwelling unit or a secondary dwelling unit, the regulation in place for both of those is a maximum of 1 kitchen. So essentially, yes, that is a benchmark to judge by how many dwelling units you would have.
If someone then now was to construct what looked like a dwelling unit, but without a kitchen, and intended, say, to add the kitchen later, so for the foreseeable future, family and friends could come and stay there. They won't need a kitchen. If at some point in the future they wish to add a kitchen, is that captured by the levy?
To you, Mayor Ireland, the way we currently do this, so with Parks Canada being the land use planning authority, Parks Canada is the one that confirms in the form of a development permit whether there is a presence of a net new unit, or just in general how many units have been approved as part of a development. So essentially what we would do is when we administer the levy, we go to the approved development permit package and we go off that. So we say, okay, what is approved? Is this approved? So in your scenario there, if let's say the fixtures are in place, but it's not yet a secondary suite, if the development permit is simply for a single family home and it is to later be permitted as a secondary suite, we would do the offset levy at the time of the permit for the secondary suite. So if no kitchen is present at the time, it's just essentially future proofed, no levy would be administered.
Mayor
Go ahead,
Ireland,
Director Sanders.
yeah. So there's an enforcement conundrum embedded in the question. And I also want to lay out that there are safety codes implications when one gets a building permit. So for example, with a basement suite, you need to have a separate entrance. There needs to be appropriate fire rating between all aspects of the 2 units, which means a substantial investment that someone has made to craft this unit. If all that's happening is they're not putting the appliances in, then we run into scenarios, and I've heard about them in town, where the compliance officer is coming, the appliances leave, the inspection happens, then the appliances go back in. And I really would like us to avoid that kind of scenario. My recommendation would be if somebody has a permit for a secondary suite, let's look at it as a permit for a secondary suite. And the appliances are not the issue. The issue is it's a secondary suite and it could or will be used for that. Collect the offsite levy. And if the person chooses, who lives there, whether they get rent or not get rent for that, that's a personal decision down the road that we don't have any influence over. But if it looks and smells like a suite, we should likely look at it as such. And the permits will reflect that.
Thank you for that. Looking to councillors for other questions. In the absence of hands rising right now, I just returned to the second presenter, and I'm not sure that I can articulate her first question any differently than she did, but she was asking about framework and in particular about parking, but I think it had more to do with public process than this particular offsite levy bylaw, but if you have thoughts on that question and how you might respond, I would appreciate that.
Yes, Your Worship, what I captured on the first question was around what kind of framework in terms of how you, and I'm imagining council and administration, consider input from folks in town. So the public hearing process is pretty explicit, like even in the formality of this process. You as council hear from administration, and then you hear from the public, and then you get to ask the public and administration questions, and then you're going to close the public hearing, and then you're in deliberation. And this is a legislated framework where council is expected to consider technical expertise, so from the engineers, or technical expertise from your administration in operations and planning and development folks. And then you're going to hear from townspeople, and then your job is to weigh those and make a decision that you feel is in the best interest of the community. In support of that process, we did 2 versions of public engagement. And that information is relayed to you in the RFD, and that's part of the submission and the information you have in front of you. So what kind of framework in terms of how we consider, it's pretty explicit. It's public engagement, and then it's this exact process where you deliberate and weigh what administration reveals to you and what the public reveals to you. So I think that's what I have for a first question, Your Worship.
Thank you, Director Sanders. I had a couple of questions just respecting the bylaw itself. At first, very generally, how does the offsite levy bylaw, which is intended to fund water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure, how does that relate to our CCC utility rate bylaw? It seems to me that they are both directed at the same outcome, which particularly for the capital charge on water and sewer, so that we can have reserves to address our infrastructure. Is the difference simply that the utility rate bylaw deals with operational matters and this levy looks at growth matters? Is that how you differentiate? And finally, I'll ask all the questions at once. The bylaw in Section 8 talks about setting up a reserve fund, but is there not already a capital reserve for utilities? And would the levies not simply go into that capital reserve?
I can start with the latter question. The funds collected under this offsite levy bylaw are for specific designated projects. So they don't go in a capital reserve for other things, that they're in a specific location for specific purposes and can only be used for those purposes. So that's what Section 8 and the administration of the fund speaks to. Does that answer your question, Mayor Ireland? Okay, and then I'm going to pass the microphone over to CAO Given for the first question.
Sure. And so, Mayor Ireland, your question about the relationship between offsite levies and the CCC, or the rate that utility customers pay, would be twofold. First, the engineering report that is actually the foundation of the offsite levies engineering report makes a distinction between future capital improvements that will need to be made for system maintenance and repair, and just general municipal use, and the types of improvements that will need to be made to respond to growth pressures. And I'm going well off of memory here, or maybe poorly off of memory. The larger report identified something in the order of magnitude of $60 to $80 million over the next 20 to 30 years of overall water infrastructure improvements that are needed. Of that, a small amount, which Mr. Pollock can probably speak to specifically, a smaller amount is amount that is directly attributable to growth. So there's a larger amount that we're going to need to do to our utilities over time, just as a course of business, even if nothing changed in the municipality. And that's what would be covered by the CCC model. And through ratepayers and the municipality looking to find grants and borrowing and all the other typical municipal sources. Out of that larger number, a small amount can be directly tied to the impact of added demand on the system from new growth. And that's what's being proposed to be funded in part through offsite levies. The second part of the relationship between the two is without offsite levies, the future costs of anything that is driven, or caused by growth would have to either be borne by increased water rates, so an increase to everybody else in the CCC model or in our municipal water rates, water and sewer rates, or through the general property tax base, which Mr. Pollock sort of spoke to that. But so the relationship is not exactly direct. The amount that's being proposed to be captured over time through offsite levies is a subset of the total cost that the municipality will have to put into our water and sewer infrastructure over time. It's not the whole amount, it's a small portion of it that the engineering study can directly attribute to growth.
Thank you for that. I think I have 3 questions left, but I'm always happy to enter. Councillor Waxer, do you have your hand up?
Yes. I want directors, thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Sanders. In your experience, could you talk about what common practices are in other municipalities or cities? If they would use similar models or if it's standardized? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to Councillor Waxer, it is Siri on my phone decides it wants to listen to what I'm saying. Let me restart that. Councillor Waxer, it is a very common practice in municipalities to have an offsite levy bylaw, because the background philosophy is when new infrastructure is needed, the specific development that causes that new infrastructure, the philosophy is that should pay for that. And as Mr. Pollock said, we might not have a brand new development and it's really easy to identify. We have developments all over town, but it still has an impact. And when we're talking about infill redevelopment, which is what we're talking about, whether it's fire affected or not affected, it's a very standard practice. So that's part A. Part B would be, how do you calculate the levy? And it very much is a standard practice, particularly for residential, to focus on the unit and the number of net new units on a parcel of land versus square footage. That's a standard practice. And then it is also a standard practice for non-residential areas to switch it to go by area. And the engineering research bears that out. And we rely quite heavily on experienced engineers. So ISL Engineering that prepared our particular offsite levy reports. They also survey about 20 other Alberta smaller municipalities on their practices, on their rates. So there's a lot of expertise in terms of how they triangulate what our numbers are compared to other municipalities. So they've ground truthed it also a lot, which also reinforces that this is a standard practice and a standard way of calculating.
Thank you for that thorough answer.
Go ahead, Mr. Pollock.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Ireland, and then just to speak to Mr. Given's comments earlier. So essentially the difference between the ISL offsite levy report and then the utility master plan as a whole, from taking a look at the utility master plan over a period of about 25 to 30 years, it identifies roughly $200 million of infrastructure work that would be related to things that are not necessarily growth attributed. Whereas within the ISL document that talks specifically about offsite levies, it attributes anywhere between $80 and $90 million to growth-related projects, right? So it's basically the UMP is kind of the total look at our infrastructure needs as a whole. The ISL document for the offsite levies specifically touches on things that are growth related. So that's why those two kind of companion documents are separated at that point in time. So.
I'll go back to my 3 remaining questions, but happy to entertain questions from other councillors at any time. Of course, this bylaw was before us for first reading some number of weeks ago, and I was inclined at that time just to vote in favor of it because I knew it was coming to this public hearing, and I didn't want to engage in heavy debate on possible amendments, but I still have some questions. And so with respect to Article 6.1 and A in particular, I just want to understand whether there is a risk of differentiation between those who have had the ability to get their development and building permits in order now and those who have been unable to do so, perhaps through circumstances beyond their control. And is there a possibility that we will be treating people in similar situations quite differently once this gets to third reading? In other words, talking about a situation where the levy applies, that is, somebody has added, like the first presenter indicated, somebody in a situation where they've already got their development permit, doing essentially exactly the same thing, adding a dwelling unit. Under the old rules, and somebody now that hasn't been able to get to that stage doing the same thing, are they going to be treated differently?
Yeah, to you, Mayor Ireland. I can certainly start with that question and then perhaps hand it off to Director Sanders. Essentially, when we're looking at the levy framework as is, the way we as administration handle this is when a development permit is issued by Parks Canada, at that point in time, there is a set of requirements that are placed on that particular applicant to get a building permit. One of those requirements is if there is the presence of a net new unit, that they must pay the invoice of whatever that offsite levy is under the bylaw of the day, right? So if we're looking back at some of the folks who have already gotten through the permitting process, perhaps they've paid their offsite levies already. Yes, they would have been subject to the rate of the day. The bylaw that we have in front of you today, for some, may be a higher rate than perhaps their neighbor that may have already gotten through. But ultimately, when we look at what our levy framework currently is, and when we look at all of the engineering work that's been done, what I can say is every time and every day that we go by and we do see permits go through issued by Parks Canada, and we as administration and as mayor and council charge the rates under the 2015 bylaw, from everything that the engineering reports are telling us, is we are essentially not collecting enough in our infrastructure reserves to better protect ourselves in the future. So what that means is the costs that we should be collecting that we are not, that now falls just on the general tax base, right? So everybody in general, their taxes will go up as a result of this. We may not see that right away, but we may see that over a longer time period, right? So really what we're doing here is at some point, essentially, a line is going to need to be drawn in the sand as far as when we, or when you as mayor and council, decide to implement the rates if you choose to do so, or to continue to charge what we are currently under our 2015 rates. Director Sanders, I'd look to you to add anything.
Your Worship, my spidey senses tell me you're grappling with the question about how to treat everybody the same. So the equality question, and at some point in time, let's say council is interested in having a new bylaw and new rates, then there's a line in the sand, and before the line it's the old rates, and after the line it's the new rates. The only thing I would add to Mr. Pollock's comment is just to remind you all that this applies to the whole town and not just rebuild. So anyone who is replacing a building with more non-residential floor area or more dwelling units, this applies to. So it's there there might be more people thinking about an opportunity to have more net new units because of the fire, but there could also be other people in town that are grappling with this. So my invitation or counsel, if you will, would be think about the whole town, think about who is adding units. So it's not simply redevelopment, as in I lost my home, I'm replacing my home. There's an addition happening that has a down the road infrastructure cost implication for the municipality to think about that. There's maybe another question in here, which is how to handle instances where you're thinking about equity and people's difference of ability to pay, which is a separate question. The offsite levy is purely about coming up with a calculation and then assessing it. And we have other tools and means that we could use to handle situations where someone can't pay or has different financial circumstances. But even when I say that, I'll remind you that there is a lot of revenue that comes to someone who's adding a dwelling unit on the residential side. I'll stop there.
I see you, Councillor Roger. I'll just respond quickly. And I thank you, Director Sanders, for recognizing that it's the equity that is of concern to me. And although I appreciate what you've done, and council at some point has to make decisions, and I respect that, but it's a line in the sand is one thing, but a line in the ashes is quite a bit different from my perspective, and it's challenging. Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Sanders. I may have heard this before, but can you tell me how much in percentage the increase has gone up? Is this like doubled or 10% or what is it?
Mr. Pollock has the specific numbers out on hand here, Mayor Ireland.
Yeah, just need 1 minute and I will find those. Okay, so through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Roger. So for residential, when we're looking at percentage, it's a difficult question to answer, right? Because under our 2015 bylaw, so the bylaw that is currently in place, we charge based off square footage of the net new unit, right? So it's $1.93 per square foot of the net new unit. So that really depends on how large that net new unit is. Whereas the new bylaw that we do have in front of you today, that is giving you just a flat rate for residential dwelling units. So that one's a little bit more challenging as far as trying to determine, what is the actual, percentage, if you will, that it's gone up. We can take a look at the commercial rate. So what the commercial rate is under the current bylaw. So if we were to look at it, let's go on a square meter approach for this. I've just done a conversion. So for the commercial rate under the current bylaw, per square meter, you'd be looking at $27.68 per square meter. Under our new bylaw, and as I just pull this up, I apologize, I've got a few tabs open. All right, so under the new bylaw, what we'll be looking at for commercial would be, in fact, it'd be $59.54. So you're going from $27.68 to $59.54 in a commercial setting. But again, when we look at those rates of our current bylaw, that's from 2015, right? So we're looking at 10 plus years since the rates have been touched. So commercial is about double. And then when we look at the residential context, it really depends on the size of the units that we're seeing. So.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Frechette.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to just a comment, basically, I think. I believe that with the additional housing unit support incentive with the 30,000 or 10,000, depending on what you choose to do, much of this discussion is somewhat academic because you're not going to be in a position financially if you decide to put in an extra unit in terms of the offsite levy, because you can indeed use the funding from the accelerated housing fund to pay for it, or part of it. So ostensibly, the incentive takes care of pretty much everyone's additional burden of an offsite levy, because if you choose to make an extra housing unit, you have funds available through the program to pay for it, for the offsite levy piece. Certainly wouldn't take all of it, but it would be certainly enough to pay for it. So in my view, it seems that this is a program that is of great value to everyone across the system, whether it's an old home or a new build. I don't know that how common this kind of an incentive program is. It seems to be quite a substantial benefit to all parties. I appreciate that we do have to put a line in the sand, if you will, but we're willing to pay for it, or to at least help pay for it. It would seem, from where I'm sitting. It's not the whole 30,000 that's going to be needed, that's for sure. So you will still have a bulk of that incentive money to proceed with your investment, if you will. I think anybody's going to put another unit in their home, that's an investment, and the returns will be there. It just seems like a win-win situation for me at this juncture. Thank you.
I'm down now to 2 questions, and I think they will be easy. Section 7 of the bylaw deals with exemptions. And my question is, and if you don't have an answer, that's fine, but are those exemptions, the 2 that are listed, are those statutory exemptions? And could council, if it wished, configure its own exemptions, or is council limited to exemptions that are authorized by statute?
Your worship, I need to triple check with legal counsel. My recollection of the MGA is that these are not statutory requirements, but I will double check that. If you choose to proceed with second reading today, I'll definitely have time to confirm before third reading. I know there are suggestions from legal counsel to give you some opportunity to have exemptions should you want to. And then the understanding just needs to be that for every exemption you provide, you're not collecting funds for those purposes. And whenever each of those would come forward, we would present the case to you on whether an exemption had merit or not.
Thank you. And I'm not looking for you to invent exemptions for us, but just wondering how broad a field council might have to play with if they chose to go in that direction at all. And then the wind-up question from my perspective is, under Section 10, repeal and effective date, I would just like confirmation that if council chose, it could say that the bylaw becomes effective at some date after third reading, I presume, if it wanted to do that.
Yes, your worship, that's also my understanding.
Thank you for that. Those are my questions. Are there any other questions that councillors have for administration? Remembering that when that is done, I will indicate that the public hearing is closed, after which council cannot receive any further information. So this is the information that's available now. Councillor Melnick, you have one more bit of information you require.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Pollock. With the addition of a conversion from a house to a duplex, there would be the cost of putting in the additional water line for the duplex? There was one water line going into the home. Now there'll be a second water line going in for the duplex, and then we'll charge the offsite levy, even though the second water line is being paid for by the developer. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to Councillor Melnick, there's two kinds of charges we need to think about in a redevelopment scenario. So if there was one dwelling and it's turning into two and a second water line, that is not contemplated in offsite levies at all. So that's just a normal, it only applies to that new dwelling unit. It's the cost of redevelopment. What the offsite levy is paying attention to is further afield, because there's a new dwelling unit, what additional infrastructure is needed. And then we're looking at the accumulation of new dwelling units across town and what are the cost implications of that. That's what the offsite levy addresses. But development by development, when you're doing your hookups, that's a normal cost of development for a particular site. And I see Mr. Pollack might have something to add.
Yeah, just maybe one thing to add to that. So yeah, in a situation such as that, that's essentially a service, a one-off service the municipality is providing to a homeowner or to a resident. So essentially what would happen at that stage is when that conceptual duplex, in this case, was approved, prior to them getting their building permit, they would work with our department as well as our colleagues at municipal operations. And essentially what we would do is we would prepare an estimate as far as what that would cost. And then that would be given to developer, the leaseholder, whoever's creating that new unit. And essentially that would have to be settled in accordance with doing the work. So just to echo Beth's point, the offsite levy charge is more so for what is far offsite, water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, things of that nature. An additional service connection would be a one-time thing that we would work on with the proponent in that case. So.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Councillor Waxer.
One more question. Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Sanders or Mr. Pollack. I noticed in the current bylaw that council may, from time to time, by resolution, request them in. Authorize the CAO to rebate, depending on through a commitment to energy efficiency, site sustainability, and indoor environmental quality, like the LEED standards and things like that. I noticed that is not in the current offsite levy bylaw, and I wondered, is that becoming less important, or maybe doesn't relate as much to water as the other things?
Mayor Ireland, through you to Councillor Waxer, it's very consciously not in the proposed bylaw for a few reasons. One is it does not belong in an offsite levy bylaw. The second is those kinds of efforts are being accomplished through other means. So it's a separate topic, and there's separate tools to do that, such as the Clean Energy Improvement Program, that kind of thing. Yeah. Not less important.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Conscord.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Beth and Marley. So at our first presentation that you gave to us, Marley, when we were here, I was under the assumption that anybody affected by the fire and putting net new units wasn't going to be charged. Kind of to Mayor Ireland's question, line in the sand or line in the ashes. I was asked just before this meeting if somebody rebuilding their house, putting a suite in, is going to be charged. And I thought I knew the answer. Maybe I don't. What is the answer? Are they going to be charged? Is there a date?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Fonsgrud. So who is not going to be charged an offsite levy is anyone who is rebuilding like for like, right? so you're not creating any net new units. If you are adding a net new residential unit in the form of a primary unit, a secondary suite, a garage suite, basically anything that did not exist before, current practice is to charge an offsite levy based off the rates of our 2015 bylaw on a per square foot basis. That is current practice. Under the new bylaw, any net new suites or any net new units would be charged the rate in which council would adopt. So to answer your question about the wildfire situation, it is simply just that like for like rebuilds, even if they are slightly larger, we only look at the number of units. And if the number of units has not changed, you do not get charged.
So then how about with the hotels that put net new units, they will be charged?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Conscrewed, if a hotel were to rebuild at a higher commercial floor area, we would levy a rate against the net new commercial floor area. So essentially, pre-fire, you had X amount of square footage. Post-fire, you're rebuilding at a higher CFA. We take the additional CFA and levy the rate of whatever the bylaw of the day is.
Mayor Ireland, one little detail to add in this line of inquiry is if the permits have already been issued, we are not collecting offsite levies.
And I guess that's where my question lays, as well as I think Mayor Ireland is concerned, and I know Councillor Hall was really concerned, is that fair?
Just to clarify, if permits have already been issued, if there are levies, they're under the old bylaw. It's not to say that there wouldn't necessarily be levies. There could be, but calculated under the old bylaw. And that is my concern. So I am in a position where I've got permits. So if there is a charge, a levy, it would be under the old bylaw 187. But anybody else that wants to do exactly what I have done, but has been delayed in getting permits for all sorts of reasons, including issues with insurance companies just settling scope of work and amounts available and all the rest of it, so they can't apply for permits, might be doing the same thing, but under potentially a different legislative regime, which will cost them differently. That's the inequity that concerns me.
To you, Mayor Ireland. So the way this works, and maybe just a little bit of additional context to Director Sanders when she talks about permits. How this works, Parks Canada will release the development permit. Now, if there's the presence of either net new units or additional non-residential floor area, how it works is when that permit goes out the door, we, the municipality, are notified that there is either A, the presence of a net new unit, or B, the presence of additional non-residential floor area. At that point in time, we reach out to whether it be a resident, a contractor, whomever the applicant is on that application, and we express to them what is required of them to suffice the municipality in order to get a building permit. So the offsite levy, how it works, development permit issued by Parks Canada, the municipality is notified, we work with the proponent to settle an offsite levy along with any other municipal requirements. Once those are settled, along with the Parks Canada requirements, they are then given their building permit. Now, once the offsite levy is paid, so basically invoice sent, offsite levy paid, then it is done. So if you were to pay your offsite levy today, you would pay it under the 2015 rate. And if the bylaw were to change tomorrow, you've already paid it under the 2015 rate, you are good. However, if you have an outstanding invoice as a resident right now and you have not paid your offsite levy, how it works is municipal administration is required to levy whatever the rate is of the bylaw of the day. So if the bylaw were to be in effect, let's say theoretically tomorrow, right, March 25th, 2026, if a resident came in to pay their offsite levy on that day, municipal administration would look to whatever the bylaw is of the day and charge them based on that rate. So essentially the permit, if you will, is not necessarily the cutoff. It is what day do you settle that offsite levy, and once that is settled, notice is given to Parks Canada so they know, okay, that's one requirement of the building permit, ready to go out the door.
Director Sanders.
If it's helpful, I want to offer hopefully a last thing before you enter deliberations. And that is, in a rebuild scenario for fire affected properties, the minority of properties are affected by offsite levies. The minority of properties are adding a dwelling unit. The majority of properties are rebuilding like for like, and this does not apply. So when you're grappling with how to, I'm reading into the discussion that like what you're potentially going to be grappling with is, when is the effective date, say. And anybody who is replacing a building with more dwelling units can happen anywhere in town. And when they do so, they're creating the potential for a significant revenue stream on that property. If you don't collect an offsite levy for those additional units, then what you're asking for all other residents and taxpayers in town is to pay for that additional infrastructure. So that's the trade-off is, does new development pay for the infrastructure that's needed because of that new development, or does everybody, all ratepayers in town, pay for it? You're going to decide what's best for you. We've just offered you some expertise. We'll support whatever decision you choose. And then please let us know if there are any additional questions we can answer before you step into your deliberations after you close the public hearing.
Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through to Mr. Pollock. I'm curious as to where that comes from, the actual date of payment. I mean, it's like if you had a speeding ticket and it's $30 and then they change the rules, you haven't paid it and it's $40, you have to pay under the new rules. Why is that? Why have you made it the date of payment that is the cutoff date instead of the date of the permit?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Councillor Roger, I may defer to either Director Sanders or CAO Given here. Again, the communication that I've been given and what I'm essentially relaying on to you is that us as administration, the rates we charge have to be in a bylaw somewhere, right? So there has to be, whether it be a Schedule A or something of that nature that exists within the bylaw, and us as administration has to look to that and charge it based off what that is. So I may look to CAO Given to confirm that.
Mayor Ireland, I think Marley's got it materially correct. I might just say it slightly differently, that as administration, our authority to charge anything is subject to the bylaws approved by council. So the current bylaw in force is the only authority that we have to charge. So if somebody walks up to the front counter today, we have to go by the rules that are in place today. If somebody walks up to the front counter tomorrow, and again, theoretically, if council had changed it, tomorrow is the effective date, then we are bound to apply the rules of the bylaw that council had approved. So it's really about what framework, what rules are in place when the person shows up to pay.
And it's not the date of the permit at all then?
That's correct. So the other thing that, you can see some of the complications in the separation of delivery of permitting from one organization with their own set of rules and the connection to municipal services and functions with a different organization. So Parks issues permits. We have no control over when they issue a permit. We have no control over their permit conditions. We have no control over any of those things. The only thing, and so municipal administration is responsible for enacting the directions that are given to us by council through bylaw. And so whatever's in place on March 24th is what's in place, and that's what will apply. Whatever's in place on March 25th, that's what's in place, we would apply. And there is a disconnect, I think, admittedly. In some other municipality, it would probably be different because the agency delivering the permit would be the same agency that would have control of things like offsite levies. And that's not the case here today.
One further detail, Mayor Ireland, in this particular scenario, if the person wants to pay the lower rate, when you get your permit and you get that number and you get that invoice, pay it. If you wait, the bylaw may change and it's a higher number. So the applicant is in control of paying the lower rate.
All of this leads to one further question. 6.5 of the bylaw. I take it that that means that Parks Canada can't be held liable for an individual leaseholder, that it's between us and the leaseholder. But what about properties that are still under the control of Parks Canada itself? So it's redeveloping. We cannot charge taxes to the federal government. We get grants in lieu instead. But what about levies? Can we levy Parks Canada under this bylaw?
My short answer, Your Worship, is we can try. And I think it's up for negotiation when we're exploring the establishment agreement.
Yeah. Mayor Ireland, I would go a little further and say yes, likely. And when any order of government looks to levy a fee or a tax on another order of government, then, you know, obviously, as we've seen with the provincial government, they can choose to say, no, go pound sand. My experience with Parks Canada has been historically that things that are, and this is not a tax, it is a fee that is connected to infrastructure needs. And my experience with parks has been that that's been generally accepted. And I've seen it in other communities where the provincial order of government, undertaking a large capital project, chose to identify how much they'd be willing to pay in fees to a municipality. So there's a bit of a fine line there. But I think parks probably would generally act as though they were anyone else contributing to the cost of these utilities that they would use.
Thank you for that. Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Mayor. On through to you, Mr. Given. Reading 6.5, it's very, very explicit. And if I was somebody that was representing Parks Canada, I would read it just as it's written. And it says that they shall not be liable. So I don't see that you want to have that kind of, I mean, it should say perhaps any other leaseholder. I think that's the intention. You know, if Parks Canada redevelops whatever they own in town, they can just point to this and say, we're not paying. I don't think there's much doubt by reading it.
Mayor Ireland,
Go ahead, Mr. Given.
Happy to take that away before third reading. If legal counsel advised that there was a concern on that, then we could, bring forward an amendment. I think this item here is another reflection of that disconnect between the delivery of development permits and things like offsite levies. In some other municipality, the municipality would have authority and actions it could take under the Municipal Government Act with respect to development approvals and everything else. We don't have that. And so this is in essence, Park saying, sure, we support the municipality's need to go and do this with folks who are developing, redeveloping, adding units. But we're not going to be responsible for paying it if Mayor Ireland doesn't pay his offsite levy. So we can absolutely have a look and evaluate whether 6.5 would prevent parks from being subject to the offsite levy as well. We can absolutely take that back. I think it's likely that's not how it was intended, but we'll see clarity on that before coming back for third reading.
I don't think intention will beat actual wording. So I think I would say it has to be changed myself, but we'll see.
Well, I raised it, so I guess my fault. But I would say that the counter argument would be that Parks Canada is not a leaseholder. They don't lease to themselves. So I think it does mean other lease. Sorry, it means other than Parks Canada, but arguably they are not a leaseholder in any event. In any event, here we are, having been at this for an hour and a half. I will ask one last time, I think, for any questions of administration, after which I will declare that the public hearing has been closed, which means, and I will reiterate that once it is closed, council shall not receive any additional information on the proposed bylaw without reopening the public hearing. So we will be closed and we will have for debate just the information that we have received to this point in time. And I say that because it is my intent, if we are at that juncture, to declare the public hearing closed and to call a brief recess. But during that recess, councillors are reminded that they cannot go and speak to presenters about the issue or to administration. We have the information that we have, and that is the information that must guide us in consideration of second reading of the bylaw. If there are no further questions, then one last chance. I am going to declare that this public hearing with respect to the Jasper Offsite Levies Bylaw 2026 is closed. Before we engage in debate, which on second reading, which could take some time, presumably, I think it is fair that we have a brief adjournment. It's about 10 after 3 now. I will call a recess and we will reconvene at 3:20. It is 3:20 and we are back in session. We are at agenda item 3.2, consideration of second reading of the Jasper Offsite Levies Bylaw 2026. Perhaps the most efficient way and in keeping with process is to ask for a motion that council give second reading to the Jasper Offsite Levies Bylaw 2026, and we can then debate that. And if amendments come forward, we can deal with those. But we should, having heard having conducted the public hearing, deal with the intent behind that public hearing, which is to address second reading of the bylaw. So I would welcome a motion which is then on the table for debate. Deputy Mayor Frechette. That's your motion?
Yes.
That council give a second reading to bylaw. What is the number? Thank you. That council give second reading to bylaw number 276, being the Jasper Offsite Levies Bylaw 2026. That is the motion on the table. Is there debate on the motion? Councillor Frechette, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I think Councillor Roger.
Thank you, Mayor Allen. I just had the question about that 6.5. If you pass the second time and you want to change it before the third time, it's still possible?
It is, although, and I took the response from CAO, given that may have been terminology that came from our legal counsel. Once it passes second reading, any bylaw goes to Parks Canada for certification. It's a little more challenging to change it for third reading, but it's not impossible. If we had a legal opinion back that that is something that we should address, we could still address it on third reading. So it's open. If you wanted to make a motion now for an amendment, that would be in order, certainly.
I think we should add the word, the any other leaseholder. I don't have it right in front of me, but I can pull it up.
That's right.
Okay. That would be my motion.
Sorry, I'm just working through process. So the motion was initially from Deputy Mayor Frechette that we give second reading, and you're proposing a motion to amend. I guess that's in order, a motion to amend the bylaw in section 6.5 to add the word other before the word leaseholder. We can entertain that. Is there any debate on that motion from Councillor Roger? Okay, I'll call that question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That's carried. And then for your motion, Deputy Mayor Frechette, you're happy, I take it, to have that say that we give second reading to the Jasper Offsite Levy Bylaw 2026 as amended.
I'll accept that amendment.
All right. Any further debate about the motion on the table then to approve the bylaw with that one amendment? I see no hands arising. I just wanted to say I will vote in favor of the motion. It is delicate, but I think that if there are issues of equity, we can address them outside of the scope of the bylaw. That is, we could find incentives to bring greater equity in the community if we think it's necessary. Although, as I think I heard from Deputy Mayor Frechette during the public hearing, probably most that are subject to the fee for the per unit under this bylaw that is before us for second reading will also be people who are applying for the $30,000 grant. And I think I heard from Director Sanders that there would be a minority that would be subject to this. And I think we're at something like 76 applicants already for that. So it may be that it will work out in the wash and that we won't have the inequity that could arise. And if we do, then maybe we can find another way to address it. So overall, it's unfortunate in some respects that we didn't get to this sooner with previous council, but there was lots going on. And here we are today, but no sense kicking it further down the road in my view. So I'm prepared to vote in favor of the motion. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Right, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. That brings us to agenda item 4 of our public hearing agenda. Councillor Melnick.
Yes, Your Worship. I would make the motion that there being no further business, the public hearing of March 24th, 2026 has been adjourned at 3:28 p.m.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Melnick. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And this meeting is adjourned. And we will return as soon as we are able to the continuation of the Committee of the Whole meeting, which was recessed at about 12:10 this afternoon. And is Acorn, do we need for those who might be interested out there in the land of the internet, I don't know how we get word to them that we're coming back. Has it been open the entire time? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting. Apologize for the delay in the process. We didn't complete the Committee of the Whole agenda prior to our public consultation on the offsite levy piece. So we're trying to make sure we got back to the right spot to pick up. We finished off at item 7.5, and there was some discussion from Councillor Consrud regarding the value of having perhaps a session regarding the takeover of land use and development process to the municipal body. To that end, I would pick up the discussion with those who on council who would like to speak to the discussion further, and whether there's an appetite to put a motion forward to facilitate that question. Any discussion from Mayor or Council regarding that? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. My recollection was at the time of the break, Councillor Consrud had, I think, made a motion with respect to convening a workshop for the benefit of council related to the general issue of transfer of jurisdiction over land use planning and development from Parks Canada to the municipality. The wording of the motion seemed to be a bit, and I say this respectfully, a bit uncertain or perhaps vague for administration. And so I had offered to assist Councillor Consrud with some wording, but I think it might still be worth a bit of discussion just to confirm where council might want to go with respect to any further workshop. If something is going to convene that requires some capacity from staff to get it forward, they should have a clear idea of what it is that we have as expectation. So my understanding of the intent of the motion was that Councillor Consrud, and he may not be alone in this, wants to better understand the direction that council has been heading in with respect to the transition of authority. But what would be required to settle the uncertainty in his mind and perhaps in other minds is not for me to say. So not turning it directly back to Councillor Consrud, but I need, if I'm going to help you draft a motion, I need a better understanding of what it is that you require to make informed decisions and how I might be able to help with that. And recognizing that this is now picking up a discussion from this morning, and we've just been through a public hearing, and everybody is suffering a bit from mental fatigue. But I'm happy to assist with drafting a motion with a better understanding of what it is that might be critical to Councillor Consrud or others to better settle their minds on this issue.
Councillor Consrud?
Yeah, I agree. It has been a long day, and I did come out of the gates hard. A little fatigued, but it's just kind of the whole process. I mean, I remember back we've been looking towards being in charge of urban planning and designing for a lot of years, and then I never heard anything about it. And then with the fire, and now it's like just full bore, and it's great. That's what previous council wants, and then I guess we want as well. I just need to better understand everything, like how it got here, our responsibilities, and where we're heading. still very vague. But in order, I feel I need to know enough for when the public comes up to ask me what's happening with this, I have to be able to answer them. And right now, I don't feel I could do that because I don't know enough. So whatever it takes for me to be knowledgeable enough to answer questions on how we got here, where we're going, and yeah, it's a big step for us to take over urban planning and development, and I have full faith in administration, but I'd like to understand along the way. Does that help, Mayor Ireland?
Potentially, I don't want to speak for administration, but perhaps I can just ask a question of CAO Given. Is there a backgrounder now that has been prepared in the past that kind of explains the route from days gone past to today that could just be circulated, and then if that is not sufficient, maybe we could narrow down what else might be needed, but maybe we could start with just recirculating whatever background information already exists.
Mayor Ireland, the most relevant information that I could think of was would likely be when administration brought forward in 2022 the feasibility study, which the staff report that came along with the feasibility study covered a little bit more of the sort of general context about why the municipality would want to consider this. And the feasibility study itself actually contained an evaluation of the potential for the municipality to take on the service. And it was done by an outside third party. So it was not municipal administration writing up that report. I would say that, one, that information is outdated a little bit, but it certainly gives the foundation that the last council made some of their decisions on, and that would probably be a good place to start. And that's something that is at hand that administration would be able to circulate.
Thank you, CEO Given. I wonder, Councillor Consford, would that be something that would help aid in your understanding of the history, how we got to this spot, if we could furnish you with some of the historical background regarding that period of the early stages of the appetite from the community generally to have more control over land use development and everything that goes with it in the community?
Yeah, I'm willing to start with that, like, definitely. And administration probably has made information available to us that I've missed or maybe never understood. And like I say, it's not the first time I haven't understood anything, but I think this is important enough that we really have to get a grasp on where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going. So I'm willing to start with that, and we can revisit it like at a further time.
Okay, fair enough. Then, if there's no other discussion regarding a motion, we're not going to bother with the motion at this juncture on this discussion. Then we'll just proceed with some information going forward for Councillor Consford and indeed anyone who is interested in the historical background of how I guess we've gotten to this spot in our evolution of self-administration or self-government. Okay, so is there any more discussion on the topic? If not, we can move on to item 7.6. Equalized electricity delivery rate. I believe that's Mayor Ireland.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Burchett. I did add this, or ask that it be added to today's agenda. and I too now am suffering a bit from a long day and forget where I might have been this morning when this might have come up. Firstly, let me extend credit to all of our staff who have had experience writing RFDs for council. I sat down to do this and found that it was much more difficult than I had first imagined. So credit to our staff who do this regularly for us. I can tell you just for this simple RFD, I might have spent half a day on it, and we get half a dozen of these every week. So staff is putting in tremendous time to produce higher quality RFDs than I have done. In any event, all that aside, this is an issue I believe of interest to the community. It's an issue that came up late last summer through a letter from the mayor of Grand Prairie, widely circulated to municipalities throughout the province, and it was an item on the floor or resolution session at Alberta Munis last fall. It was under category C of the resolutions. And as I've indicated in the RFD, the resolution was adopted by Alberta Munis and is part of their advocacy now. It relates to the fact that, particularly in rural Alberta, our residents who are power subscribers for somebody pay higher distribution charges than our neighbors in urban centers. And it's partly because we have, by circumstances, we are residents of very large areas, typically with small population, and we therefore carry the burden of the electrical distribution rates, which are assessed just on at that sort of sub-regional level. And in an urban setting, it is just so much less. And it's an inequity that is felt across the province. We have been requested to join an advocacy organization, the Fair Electricity Distribution Alliance, FEDA, just to continue to lobby the government for more equitable rates. I think that it absolutely serves all of our residents, whether as individuals who are homeowners or people paying as part of their residential tenancy for their own electricity charges. And I know there are apartments now in the community where the only heat is electricity, and so tenants are paying, apart from their consumption charges, these enormous distribution charges for businesses, and not necessarily as property owners who would pay property taxes, but business operators have to pay electrical charges. Sometimes they pay through their rent when they pay triple net charges if they're not separately metered, but many of our individual business owners in the community are going to be paying electricity charges. I took a look at a billing today just for interest's sake. The consumption charge was $125 for the billing period, and the distribution charge was $129. So it doubles the cost of the electricity consumed. It does not seem equitable at all, and it seems that there is no differentiation in the community. That is, if we can have success with our advocacy efforts, everyone wins. And our service provider, ATCO, wouldn't lose. They would still get the same charge somehow. They're not going to be disadvantaged. It's just that the intent at the end of this is legislation which would allow these charges to be dispersed over the province rather than hit rural areas so much harder than they hit urban areas. I have again received recent correspondence inquiring whether Jasper is prepared to to sign on and be part of the Fair Electricity Distribution Alliance. And I am personally inclined, but didn't want to respond without bringing it to council and getting council confirmation that in the interests of our residents and our commercial operators, this is something that we ought to do. So with all of that, my motion would be that committee direct the mayor to confirm the intent of the municipality of Jasper to join the Fair Electricity Distribution Alliance.
Thank you, Mayor Island. Councillor Roger, questions for Mayor Island?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, through you to Mr. Arlen. Is there a membership fee? No? Okay.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. And through you to Mayor Ireland, I reviewed the other members of the Fair Electricity Distribution Alliance, and I see there's a number of chambers of commerce that are also participating, and I'm wondering if we should encourage our Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce to also join with the municipality if we make this motion or pass this motion to lend support to this alliance as well.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any other councillors care to speak to it? Councillor Waxer.
Yes, I would speak very much in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any more discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? All opposed? Seeing none? Carried. We move on to the motion action list. I see no additions there. Pardon me, CEO Given.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I'll try to be brief. There are a few items that administration would recommend could be removed. The first one on the list was Jasper Skatepark Committee. We dealt with that item earlier in the agenda, and so this item from March of 2024 could come off. The transit bus RFP, the item from November of 2024 could come off. Again, recognizing there was action today that would replace these aged items. We also noticed that there was a duplication. There's a Jasper Artists Guild lease from April 22nd, 2025, but there was also a November 18th, 2025 item with respect to the same topic. So we're suggesting that the older one of the two from April of 2025 could be removed. So the first three items on the motion action list could all be removed. We're recommending that the MOU with respect to the church lands, Director Sanders has been in touch with the representatives of the church properties, and she's suggesting that that could be advanced forward to April. So we're not going to make it for March. And then the urban design and standards budget, there was the question that was asked in January of this year, which has been delivered today. Again, there may be other information arising or other things, but the question that was asked on the 13th of January of this year was delivered on the agenda here today. So administration would recommend that council update the motion action list with the amendments as noted.
Thank you, CEO Given, for that. So no other motion action list? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. And further to Mr. Given's comments, I would make that motion to remove the items that were listed, the skateboard park, the transit bus RFP, the urban design and standards report, and also the duplicate item, which is the Artist Guild lease, as recommended by Mr. Given.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any other discussion on the motion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, carried. Item 9, we have Councillor upcoming meetings reports. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. I do have an upcoming meeting, and I believe you'll be joining me as well. We have a Community Futures West Yellowhead Board of Directors meeting, and it'll actually be held here in Jasper on Thursday.
Thank you. Any other councillors, upcoming meetings? Councillor Consridge.
Yes, March 31st, we have an emergency advisory committee meeting. I believe Mayor Ireland will be there as well. And in the evening, we have a Historical Society and Museum annual general meeting.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Okay. Myself personally, I indeed will be attending the Community Futures meeting on March 26th at the Chamber of Commerce room. Friday the 27th, 7:30 in the morning, I will be meeting with my Community in Bloom committee, which is rapidly coming together, and there's a lot of very interesting plans involved there. Any other councillors? Mayor Ireland?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Frechette. Councillor Melnick has a Jasper Partnership Initiative meeting tomorrow, which he can't attend, so I will attend to that. And I thank Councillor Consrude for reminding me that on the 31st we have the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, which is now in my calendar. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. If there's no other committee meetings planned down the road, we'll move on to item 9.1, council appointments to boards and committees. See nothing in that item. So item 10, upcoming events. We indeed have the Jasper Job Fair from 4 to 6, March 25th, the Jasper Employment Education Center. The community dinner with council is at 5 p.m. on the 29th. I don't know if you've signed up yet. And we have the Jasper Pride and Ski Festival opening ceremony and flag racing at 12:15 in April 10th, Commemoration Park. And we have the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and annual conference. So it's not till June, but you can register anytime. And as Emma has reminded me more than once, I must say, you can go in there and pick your courses if you're focused on any particular one. And that's all for upcoming events. So item 11, sorry, Mayor Ireland.
If I could just speak to upcoming events. I am here by surprise today because for the second time in a row, I haven't been able to make it to a medical appointment over the South Highway. So I'm going to try again. I'm now rescheduled till April 7th, so I will miss that regular meeting of council. And depending on how things go, I may not be back in time for the Jasper Pride and Ski Festival flag raising on that Friday. So I want to put you, Deputy Mayor Frechette, on notice that you might be required to speak at that flag raising event on April 10th.
Not a problem, Mayor Ireland. Just keep me informed. I'd be honored. So item 11, last on your agenda, first in your hearts. Do I have any willing to make a motion that we adjourn? Councillor Roger, all in favor?
I move we adjourn.
All in favor? Carried. That wasn't so